into the monthly, right? Again, once again, which seems like forever almost, just because the past 2 months really haven't gone anywhere. The monthly is really, for the most part, unchanged. Finishing yesterday at 41.50, right on the nose was the settle, and really, for the most part, unchanged at that point. So no more information from the monthly. We have this balance here. We're kind of above the balance and balancing above balance. We got balance overlapping with balance, um, kind of indicating change, right? That typically happens. We got this sharper down move. We've since moved up, started balancing at the trend, broken above that trend, and then kind of balancing once again. So just something, to pay attention to if we get that break above or we get that break below back into the lower balance. Switching to the weekly here. You can see the weekly is just getting real tight here. So far this week, right? It's only Tuesday, but we're inside the previous week's range. And not much to really take away from this. We're really watching these levels here, and that's that 42.06 quarter, and then that low, that 40.62 quarter. Because we had that big outside week that kind of encapsulates the entire weekly balance up here, for the most part. But in reality, you're just inside that previous week's range still. So that's the level you want to watch until we get a break below or a break above. Switching to the daily here. And we can see yesterday was also an inside day. And so we've had almost 3 days in a row, right? This day here last Friday actually peaked below by a couple of ticks, right? The low was 11.75, low here was 12 quarter, so about 2 ticks below there. Yesterday traded inside. We're now balancing, or in this balance. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days here. The market really just kind of coiling up. We definitely want to be paying attention to these edges here. We talked about how 41.50 is kind of maybe or actually 41.56 is what we said is kind of our new equilibrium here on the high. Yesterday we almost traded up to that. I think the high yesterday was 55 quarter. Weren't able to break it and then kind of just settled basically right at that 50. Switching over to the profiles here, and actually we'll pull up the economic calendar first real quick, just so we can see what's going on here. So we've got a couple of news items, industrial production, maybe move the market a little bit, but probably not. We have Fed Bar testifying in 49 minutes. That's going to be at the top of the hour. And that's going to be kind of the key here, I think, for today. We're going to really want to be paying attention to what he says. We'll pull up the testimony if we can find it. Right, he's going to be getting grilled on inflation, pausing, all the usual suspects, I'm sure. Then we've got Williams a little bit later, right? People really hold on to Williams, so definitely something to pay attention to. And then Bostic is going to be overnight, so those of you that trade Globex, right, you might get a little bit of movement during the Globex session. And then you've got that Japanese GDP a little bit later tonight as well. Oh, fuck. There was some news out of Europe yesterday that was saying basically that there's possibility of them doing 2 more hikes, and they're not ruling that out. So that's definitely something that we definitely want to be paying attention to at least. Okay. Um, a little review of the profiles here. Yesterday's trading session, oops, we can see tested the downside early, basically traded right into that weak spot below, found some buyers, whether it was either short covering or actual buying. It looked like it appeared to be short covering initially, and then some buying stepped up, trapping some momentum shorts here, basically below that 34. Let's see, we got that weak spot, those Brad prints that we like to call them, and then basically traded higher for the rest of the day. We traded up to the high yesterday, which was 55 quarter, unable to take that Globex high. The market then liquidated back to value. Buyers continued to buy, and then the market closed on the way up. We can see for the Globex session, settle was 41.50. We've got overnight inventory 100% net short. So that'll be something to look for, right? Typically, overnight inventory is done by weaker handed traders. And so we could be looking for that bounce off of the open to give overnight inventory a little bit of a correction. You could see just, what seems to be a poor high, but then seems to be kind of absorption every time they come up. You got like this kind of real fat, ugly profile here, seeing as they're just kind of cutting off anybody's chance of buying. And then those core retail sales came out, caught a pop up to like basically 41.50, 41.49 half, it looks like, and then liquidated, and now we're trading 39. They weren't able to get quite back down to the low. The low last night was 59 quarter, or 35 quarter, excuse me, and the low from this kind of news event was 36 half. So that'll be kind of key to.
Yesterday, Brad, did you see? I don't know if you had your thing expanded, but it started out, went all the way low, then it went right back up, and then came not right back down, but then it went up to almost the open, and then came back down again. It got
What do you,
rejected like
during the
midway
cash
through the
session?
night.
Oh,
No,
during,
during the
oh, no, no,
profile.
no. Oh, no, I wasn't
Yeah, it
watching.
went down to like 34, I think it was, and then went back up almost to 52, and then came back, or 50, and then came back down.
Oh, no,
You
I
know,
didn't.
like a little
I
bit.
didn't. I can extend it. Oh, okay, yeah, I see. So it came to the bottom, shot up to the top, and then got, yeah. And
Shot
so
up to
that's,
the top and then came right back down.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I think they were trying to like absorb it here, or kind of hold it down, because they got that V response. So they ran into some buying most likely, and that's probably from these sellers that are stuck down here. It got back, and they're like, buy them, shoots back up, and then they start trying to sell them or hold them down a little bit lower, because you could see where the point of control's at. Point of control's a lot higher. It's like 48. So that's kind of that's kind of telling of that's more or less probably what happened, is they're trying to hold these guys down. Um, but without the ability to get back below the Globex low, that's going to kind of show a sign of weakness, right? Because we know that they're starting to stack trap sellers, right? So we know there's trap sellers here, and then we had talked about from the previous day, Friday, the last bit of trap sellers are below this level here, below this 21 half. So we can almost expect, if we break this 34, 35, 32 level, or 34, 33 level, some buying to go on in here from old business. And then if there's supply, right, if it's just old business getting taken care of and supply moves lower, then we should trade underneath of that 2150. And failure to do that really, just kind of leads to the upside, and then you start getting these kind of almost stacked highs up here, and those start to become the targets. Those 56s, right? That's where that equilibrium is kind of moving up to, which is that 56 level. And then we have, I've got like 62 is another level that I have. And next level up. Next level I have up is 72 on the weekly profile. There's some single prints up there. Um, And then, after we get above 70, we've got to be careful because pretty much every time we've been above 70, we've seen a little bit of liquidation. So far as the plan goes, most likely we're opening up with a little bit negative tick, a little bit negative breath here, as well as the AD. So we'll pay attention here to our sectors. It's looking like Apple is basically trading near its low. It's not below its low. Microsoft is still kind of holding the ground. Microsoft looked a little bit stronger than Apple. Nvidia coming back down here a little bit, right? Nvidia had a really good day yesterday. That 287.30, 287.25 level is a support level on Nvidia for me. So we'll see if some buyers show up there early on. To kind of support this before it goes down. And in reality, if we open up and we can't take the Globex low, right, because we have trapped shorts here, that would tell us that shorts are nervous and are covering here early, and most likely will be a little rebound. Now, I don't want to get too carried away. We've seen the market not really be very safe to take breakout trades. So we want to be, stay responsive, wait for the market to kind of confirm your basis or your bias, and kind of go from there. And then remember, we've got a bunch of Fed speakers coming out, right? 10 a.m. We've got business inventories, we've got NAHB housing market index, we've got Barr speaking, we've got Williams at 12:15, and then you've got 2:30. You've got Goldsby, and then at 7, Goldsby's on later in the day.
So any of those guys important? I didn't really recognize any of that, what you're saying.
Barr, Barr and
Oh, Bar.
Williams. Yeah, Barr and Williams. People hold on to what they say a little bit, but yeah, not. I mean, nothing like Powell. Powell's gonna be on Friday, so it'll be the important day. We've got 41.45, some negative gamma above us, and then 41.25 below us. 41.25. Bye. Okay. 32. Okay. Then we've got kind of positive gamma, like basically all the way up the chain. 41.50, 41.65. A lot of volume trading at that 41.60. See what they're. Looks like they're trading calls on the bid, which would mean they're selling calls. selling calls, and puts are trading at the ask, so they're selling puts as well. It looks like they're going to try to trap the market again. There's a lot of um, expiration this week too. A lot of options expiring this week. That could cause some volatility a little bit later in the week as the options really start to expire.
What do you mean by they're going to try to trap the market? What does that mean?
Like just so like it looks like they're selling calls, like so basically they're selling these 65 calls. So they don't want the market to be above this level, right? So they're selling them because people are buying 4165 calls, right? Because they're cheap, they're out of the money calls, buying them hoping that the market goes up so they gain in value. Well, they're selling them kind of hoping the market really just stays put, and it looks like on the downside it's these 4125s or 25s here, but 4125s. And they're selling these puts, so people are buying 4125 puts, and so they're basically, as long as the market stays in this range right here, even if it does this dance here, goes back and forth between these levels, they're still a winner, right? As long as it doesn't finish above or finish below, they kind of win that. When we have situations like that, which I mean, it happens, that's going to happen every single day, but just as this week happens to be a bigger expiry, what can happen is if they do break one of those levels, the market makers are forced to, well, dealers are forced to hedge against that. So if it breaks this low, they're going to have to sell futures. And if it breaks above, they're going to have to buy the futures, right, in order to hedge against that position, right? So if you sold me this 4165 for, let's say, just $2, whatever it is, and it gets above there, well, now the value of this thing is going to go, maybe to $4, right? Well, if it keeps going above, I'm going to need to buy some futures contracts in order to hedge against this position because I'm short. I sold you this for 200 and now it's worth 400. So now I'm basically at like a zero, right? Because you paid the premium to get the option, but now I owe 400. So basically, actually, I'm negative 200, which kind of puts you at zero, but they don't want to just finish at zero. So they buy the futures. So as the futures go up, they make money, right? Every point is worth $50. Morning, Roach. Morning, Trin. Morning, Liquor. Morning, John.
So why do they hedge against position? Why don't they just get out of the position?
Because it would be, I mean, so like, it would
Because
just be,
market makers have to hold the opposite position of people who are where the momentum is, I guess I should say.
Right.
right. So like they would have to, like, in order for them to get out, there has to be just as many, they have to be just as many other people trying to get into that position. And typically, so dealers are trading with retail, and so like if I'm buying a 65 and let's say the market's on a tear, I bought the 65 earlier, market's on a tear, well, this market maker is not really going to be able to buy that 65 back because you're not going to have a bunch of retail selling at the money call options, right? Because they retail, the retail crowd is, um, go big or go home pretty much. So they're like, no, this thing's going to fucking 4,500. I'm not selling this. God forbid they ever take any profit. And it's not really lucrative, right? Like, I mean, like you sell like, 500 of these or 5,000 of these, who knows how many have been sold. To get out of all of them or to flatten the position is just going to cause the market to go higher. So if you're not hedged, then, you're going to have a tough time getting out of them all at one price, right? So it just keeps going up and you're just eating a cost differential over and over. It'd be easier to just buy some futures, hedge against it going up, and then as it goes back down, then they start selling futures. right? They take profit on the futures, hoping that they can lock it back in here. Or they could roll them up, right? So let's say they're short these 65s, they start to see that the momentum is going to take us above. Well, then they start selling the 75s, right? They start kind of rolling these up. They start buying these back and putting the premium that they're getting here. So, I mean, there's just the options market is just a complicated market. There's a lot of ways to get in and out of trades. That's why it's like, there's when you trade the options, there's three ways really to win. But as long as one or two of them happen, then you can be a winner, right? So let's say you're long this 4150, right? Or let's say you're even short the 4150 since we're below it right now. So you're short this 4150. If the market goes sideways all day, you're a winner. If the market goes down, you're a winner. Right? Market gets above 4150, you're a loser. So your odds are 2 out of 3. Right. The only thing is like in order to sell naked options, you've got to have a bankroll. For futures is a little bit easier, and you could always sell a spread as well too. So there's just so many ways to mitigate risk with the options. That's why when a lot of people are like focused on getting to the ES, right, something that's so highly leveraged, it's like, it's nice because every point is worth $50, but also, when it goes against you, it's really not that nice. The Dow definitely the weaker market for sure. We got about 20 seconds until the market opens. Looks pretty thin leading into the open here. Let's see if it thickens up early. So no real push towards an overnight inventory correction. Let's see if they can get below 35 quarter. That's that Globex low. Failure to get below that Globex low would kind of indicate that shorts are covering early, and that could, possibly signal us a retest of that 49.50 level.
Nasdaq is jumping a bit.
Catching a little bit of a bid there.
Getting call counts in AMD and in both AMD bots. Only one got in.
So trades right up to the open, kind of gets sold off a little bit.
Both got in. Both bots are in calls. Nvidia made a new high. AMD made a new high.
Nasdaq's on the tear to the upside here. Dow's making a low, so you've got this push-pull look again. We got some short-term stuck inventory early on here. Right, the momentum traders tried to take it below the Globex low, couldn't get it. Now they're kind of doing a little overnight inventory correction to start the session. Back up to the VWAP here. Now you look to see if this area rebids. I forgot to clean this up, but you look to see if this area rebids here. So we get a point of control shift. So some volume definitely came in up here. And you look to see if they start to rebid this level. You're seeing some offers move down, but no down ticks yet. You can see where the bid came in, 40 quarter. So it trades right through. So just a little bit of short covering early on and kind of looks like it maybe ran into a seller here. See if they rebid the open. The book is still relatively thin. It's not a lot of trading at all. Really, even then, like I just moved my market graph down to 209, and really the only orders you see are down at 35. So they fill that area in, a little bit of backing and filling. They never broke back below the open, I don't think. They think they traded it, yeah. Well, maybe they won't take below it, but they traded it. See sellers get stuck basically right on the open, so you got mechanical buyers basically on the open holding market up. So that's something to take forward with us right there, right? A little bit of MGI is that the buyers that are buying today are short-term traders, but they've got a little bit more strength here because overnight inventory is short. We didn't break the Globex low, and now all these people that are short in the Globex session are saying, fuck, I need to cover. We didn't get continuation. And then, you know, target here is still 49.50. This 48 is that Globex point of control, so that could be a look there. Microsoft's on a tear coming up to 313. Apple's on a tear. Nvidia's on a tear. You can see tech up 42%. And this I think is a trap. And here's my reasoning. Yesterday we got all these 13Fs that came out that showed pretty much everybody during the first quarter bought tech. Well, you know, I hate to cover the chart because I know people are in a trade, but if we're looking at this, and we look at XLK, which is our tech sector, right? Here's the beginning of the year. First of the year is here, right? The third. So if all these big companies have been buying tech, well, they're probably doing pretty good because the XLK has moved up 26%, right? 31 points, 26% year to date. So, but they are just releasing that now. And how the human brain works is like, oh, fuck, you know, Warren Buffett's long tech. I need to get long tech. Well, yeah, he's long tech, but he's long tech from here. and probably from here, you know, that's just how they work. And so like there's like a, you know, an underlying bullish tone in the market that may be kind of misconceived by the general public. And this happens every time these fucking 13Fs come out. Seeing a little bit of rejection there off the VWAP. Dow's hitting a low here. ES breaking the open. Morning, Tobias. Yeah, exactly. Morning, Jamie. Yeah, Dope. Like exactly what Dope is saying. Like, if you get all these options, these big options holders start just flushing out, then you get, you know, you get those moves, those monumental movie making type moves. Looks like some more stellars got stuck down there on the short, or shorts got stuck down there on the low. Fucking tripping over my own tongue today. Stayed up late last night watching hockey. Little short covering bounce right there. These shorts are still stuck down there, 36.75. Still unable to get down there below the Lobex low so far. You probably got a lot of people stuck back above the open. Remember we talked about how mechanical buyers were buying the open. That's MGI we wanted to take forward, knowing that they're probably not strong buyers, and so probably stuck, especially with that weak spot in the profile. They need to get this thing back above the open to release a little bit of the fear. Because you figure you've probably got about 4,000 shorts there. An option seller is like an insurance agent. Yeah, pretty much. And like, I mean, just the options is not the only way to play these positions too. Like, you know, a lot of, I mean, not really on the S&P, because you don't really buy shares of the S&P. You can buy futures and then hedge with options. So it'd be similar, but a lot of times, you know, they'll buy, you know, 500 shares of Apple at, let's just call it 126, and then they'll sell calls. They'll sell the 142s, and as long as it doesn't expire above that, then they collect the premium on there. Even if if it goes up, they make the money because they own the shares, so they make the money here. If it expires above, they have to give up their shares at this price, and they still keep the premium. So you still, I mean, you still make the money no matter what. To be honest, owning the shares and selling options against your shares is just an easier way to make money.
Nasdaq is
Nasdaq's
popping
on
stuff.
the tear, yeah.
Got a skyhook.
Above yesterday's high now. Nasdaq is.
and 10 points off of a high, or off of the daily high. Globex high. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Dow rallied hard too. Dow's cracking its open right now as well. Just move here. Look for some bids to start stepping up, right? Bids start stepping up can be either overnight inventory capitulating or some new buyers momentum buying in. A little bit of a short covering run there. Bid steps up here at this 44 half. Nice strong bid here at this 44. Nice.
NASDAQ broke the overnight.
Another strong bid. As we come into the 48, right, you might want to look to cover some of this position. That's the overnight point of control. So maybe some resistance there, some reoffering here. The bid looks... Let's see, there's an offer, just got stuck. The bid looks strong. I mean, look at this all the way through. Pretty strong bid.
Yeah, they had buyers stuck up around 42, and they couldn't do nothing with it when they came down. So it looks like
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't even break that low. And they actually
Yeah.
got stuck back on the low again when they did come back down. So
Yeah,
more unable
Yeah,
to break
they
the
had to
Globex
where they
low.
wanted.
Exactly. That was a double dip situation. It was actually worked out pretty nice. You could move your stop up here to like 45 half and then just be chilling pretty much. You've got resistance coming up 50 to yesterday's high, 55 quarter, 56. We tap 48 on the nose and then a little bit of offering starts coming in, right? That's pretty consistent. Mechanical traders.
AMD is up 70%.
The fucking
Nvidia not so much.
Oh, Nvidia's up a ton too, though.
Well, it's just not. It's only up 30%.
Oh, the
So,
option.
yeah, the options, the upfront price.
I was gonna say it's already like almost $3 above its high from yesterday.
AMD's killing it. If I had done if today had been double contract day, it would be doing very, very well. Well, it's doing well anyway, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Microsoft's up at the high. Apple's even playing.
Not looking like AMD has any reason to sell. It's getting good, strong long-term signals. So it won't be selling anytime soon until finally one of my Nvidia bots did a double down. Last one is almost there. Last one should be doing it momentarily. Dang. We're 20 handles off of the high, of the overnight high. And then 20 handles above, sorry.
Is it necessary for the trading view alert to cover half the screen? I mean,
I want to make sure you see it.
yeah, right?
Starting to see a lot of offers stack above here. It's like 49 to 50. You can see them on the DOM a little bit, right? 49 half. 250, 217, right? See them stacking up there. Dang. Come and take me.
What is the alert telling you, Kev?
That Monkey's token's up 300%.
Who choking?
It is up a fucking ton. I'm not kidding.
What, that monkey one?
Yeah, like so I bought it last weekend for $100
You
worth.
bought
Just
it?
like, yeah, swap the ETH for it, and it's worth 356 now. So I'm up 200% on the fucking.
Oh shit!
Yeah, see, fucking genius. Should have bought $1 million worth. It was a pain in the ass to get it though. No lie, like it was fucking gigantic pain in the ass. But
Would you have to buy a unit swap or?
I had to, well, I had to buy. It wouldn't let me buy on Uniswap, so I had to buy ETH on my Coinbase, and then I had to send it to my Uniswap wallet, and then I had to swap the ETH um for the monkeys token.
How much was the gas? The gas fees are ridiculous
Oh
right
fucking oh dude, it was like $50, $56 I think.
now for $100 for the tokens. That's
Yeah,
insane.
exactly. Yeah, it's like half of the cost of the tokens that I bought cost just in gas fees.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this upgrade was supposed to reduce the gas fees.
So I thought, and then it even happened. It even held high gas fees because I bought mine on like a Saturday or a Sunday maybe, and then I bought some for Jared and sent them to him, and the gas fees were still the same price, and that was like a week later.
It's retarded.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
Seller stepped in there like 41 half, 41.75. They got it. I think they needed it too. That 41.75.
Oh yeah, Jesus! I just look away for a second. It's already at the low.
Yeah. Okay, I think the buyers wanted to keep it above that 42, 41 half. The seller stepped right in there and just dumped it.
And Nasdaq
Or
is on a Nasdaq is dumping a bit. Ooh, Nasdaq
probably
is
headed to
dumping.
probably that 29. Huh?
Well, right here is that spot where it needs to get
34.
to kind of clean up the stuck short inventory from yesterday. You see
Yeah,
this
right
big
around
offer trying to
34.
hold it down. They're trying to hold it down to take care of their old business there. Now you've got momentum traders trying to pile in because they were stuck right here yesterday.
Who's on a 10? Bar is the one that's on a 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to be a little more question oriented, right?
Yeah, it's a testimony.
Yeah. So 8 minutes.
Nasdaq is showing a little bit of recovery. Oh wow. Something jumped.
So they take care of the old business there. Right, you can see like kind of right where they stopped out. Not really a lot of selling moving down on this second look. If we start to see offers, right, exactly what we talked about this morning, if we start to see offers underneath of this 34 35 levels, we start to see some supply, there's decent odds that the target here is going to be this 23, because that's where we have trapped inventory. I'm kind of assuming that all of these people from yesterday are trapped, so like 28 to 32. So even down here, probably still see some choppiness. Um, but from T2, this is kind of where they're trapped at. So if they can't get down to there, then that's still like, pull a viable pullback, I think. You just can't be like buying here and then buying there. Fucking wait. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say that Nasdaq was flirting with its open. Oh no, I take that back. No, I'm sorry. It was something. Maybe it was high from yesterday or something.
Yeah, yesterday's high. It's like right at yesterday's high now.
Yeah. Pushing back up. Nvidia is now much stronger than it was.
Two minutes until B period.
And news.
No, I'm not in a trade anymore. I did take a trade from 36, but I closed it at 38.5 earlier. Just a little responsive long, but that was it. Only 200%, not worth your time. Yeah, they're gonna want to keep the price below the open for sure. I agree.
Oh god damn it.
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky situation here, right? You see this point of control at 41, so we assume that's kind of where that seller stepped in. That's where you said, right, Roach? 41.75. But if we see the POC shift and the market holds above it, we get above the open, then we should run to that weak spot here.
You're kidding me.
Yeah,
You right, Kevin?
right around that 41.
Are you going to be able to play the hearing?
What's that?
Isn't somebody speaking?
Oh yeah, I can. Let me look for the link. Yeah.
Williams, that's what it was. Williams is going to speak.
I'm looking for the bar testimony. Oh, there's no link for it though. Before the Financial Services Committee, the U.S. House of Representatives. Let's see if we can find it on YouTube. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you, Thomas. See the POC shift here. So we're talking about this kind of the setup here. Let's see if it plays.
Shift to the downside, you mean?
Yeah, the POC shifted lower, yeah.
Close the bot. Is up a decent amount. It's up about, it was up about 25%, so I figured I would close. We'll see if that was a bad idea or a good idea.
A little bit of an offer trying to come in here, 37. Offer still sitting on 37 there. They don't re-offer 37, look for them to try to pop this thing above the open.
Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. The hearing is entitled Oversight of Prudential Regulators. Without objections, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair
Yes.
for inclusion in the record. And I'm now going to
That's what we like.
4 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement. I want to thank our witnesses for testifying today. You're here at a pivotal moment for our economy. The recent turmoil.
Move your stop up just below the open at 38.75 and let this thing ride.
On the other side of the aisle and Capitol want to treat the symptoms.
You just want to move your stop up tight this time just because Fed bar's on right now, so who knows what he's going to say, right? Beyond the right to that 41.75. That might have been a spot to take profit up there.
Morning.
What's up, Tommy?
Hey, Tom.
All good, man. How you doing?
Good.
A good start to the day.
Let me walk you through it.
Yep.
When
Yeah, really good
Democrats
start,
forced
actually.
a partisan $2 trillion so-called American Rescue Plan, they lit the fuse on runaway inflation. Instead of
Yes,
addressing
mate.
this problem, the Biden administration went on a roadshow trying to explain away higher prices. They used the words like transitory.
No, just
which,
what's
to be
going
frank,
on?
didn't age
Oh
well.
yeah, all good, man. How you
The
doing?
Fed was late
I couldn't
to
hear you
the
too
game
well. Sorry.
responding to inflation, and they admit it. They had to play catch up and raise interest rates 500 basis points at the fastest pace in modern history. This injection heightened.
Brothers, what do you think is gonna be the news or whatever to actually start getting us moving again?
Well, we've got all those options expiring on Friday and PAL on Friday, so maybe that. That
cool.
stopped me out right there.
And we are now staring down a credit crunch as banks have
Maybe one of those days where on Friday where you get the crazy run up, crazy run down, and then the move from there.
If Congress
Yeah.
and this administration do not respond
Take the lower the balance, take the higher the balance, and then
base camp,
pick what way.
economic woes our country could.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm having trouble deciding is like, are they going to take the low or the high first? And I'm
Yeah.
like really trying to position myself in the right direction, but
It's
they
hard
just
because
yeah.
the market's it's a little confusing, obviously, because you got the gap below, the gaps above, and then we're just chopping in this balance. Normally,
Yeah.
when you got like a gap to one side, you think, all right, they might want to test up here, but with there being like a gap on both sides of the bracket, it's kind of hard to judge.
Yeah, there's no decisiveness. Like no one's really willing to jump into the water. Everyone's just like, well, you jump in first. Tell me if it's cold. You know? Yeah.
Such a barbell banking system with a missing middle of healthy regional banks is not good for communities across America. Vice Chair Barr, you've signaled your desire to go beyond reviewing supervisory failures.
All I know is every day there's been a 100% chance that we trade through this 36, 35 level.
Increase capital requirements and impose new regulations on banks.
For the last 7 days, above it, back to it, below it, back to it.
To justify your pre-baked ideas. The Fed's internal review, along with FDIC's report and recommendations on deposit insurance, lay bare the playbook for this administration's response to this crisis. More regulation, more government control, and more spending. I know my colleagues across the aisle will use today's hearing to discuss the debt ceiling, and I welcome that debate. We serve in the only institution that has actually addressed the debt ceiling. Because I think frankly, I think what we have now is a larger debate about the economy.
There we go, a little liquidation there.
Debt ceiling. And inflation and the spending is the reason why we're dealing with the debt ceiling at this time. So I'm glad that we acted.
So they run back right up to that offer that Roach was talking about, and that offer smacks it again and pushes it back to make a new low. So we've got to assume, right, that seller that was selling, we talked about this morning, selling this level up here in the Globex session, sold it again here, and has now moved down and sold right here above the open, this 40-41 level. And they had the juice here to make a new low. We've got some old business to take care of down to 28. We'll see if there's some covering. If more supply continues to show up, then we can kind of assume that the market's rolling down to 23.
On the heels of the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, and most recently First Republic, it has been the swift action by regulators in conjunction
There's 28.
with administration that have not only protected depositors from harm, but ensured the safety of the United States banking system.
Tick is making a low as the market's making a low. That shows good selling there.
Despite the recent events, their money
Tech's pretty much giving everything up.
of the actions taken by our regulators.
I mean, Nvidia still looks strong. Apple's back in the range. Microsoft's still above yesterday's high.
Release reports from our nation's
She's talking about the Silicon Valley Bank right now.
have long been sounding the alarm.
And then, of course, got to bring politics into it. Like, oh, it's the Republicans' fault.
Management by irresponsible bank executives and board members caused the recent bank failures. While regulators must be more aggressive in their supervision of banks, it is the responsibility of bank executives, first and foremost, to take corrective action when regulators identify deficiencies. Since 2018, executives from both Silicon Valley Bank and
It seems like they're not really chasing it down though today. It's like they sell from a spot, it comes back up to the spot, and then they sell it again, rather than chasing it.
Right.
Well, that was a pretty big order there, but
Remember this happened on 29 yesterday. Remember 29 yesterday? We got that huge order, 29, and we stayed above 29 for the rest of the day. Same spot. I mean, 30, you got a point difference, but
opportunity to point the finger at regulators. Republicans do not appear interested in crafting legislation that would address the regulatory gaps and weaknesses exposed by these recent failures. Instead, They have proposed.
So when you see that on the Donbred, just the 2897, how did that trade? Like, is it just how many orders traded on that spot in a certain amount of time?
Say that again.
So you see like I don't know what they're called, the orders that are stacked on your DOM where you can see the actual trades, the number.
These
So
ones
you
here.
see the you see the 2897.
Yeah.
Was that just how many was traded on that spot within a certain amount of time?
Right.
Cool. So they just really hammered that spot there.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure it was 29 yesterday. Yeah, I see 29. You got 4,000 against 700 there. And then we just never traded back above that. So this is kind of where we're assuming that there's stuck shorts here with this really weak profile. So if they cover and no offers move down, but it looks like offers are moving down, and if these offers continue to move down, then we should see 23. But if we get back above 30, right, we can kind of assume that they're just taking care of old business there.
Democrats have demonstrated during this time through briefings, letters, and policy solutions. Committee Democrats are the only ones working around the clock to get answers for the American people and hold the bank CEOs to task. I urge my Republican colleagues to finally join us in this effort. So I look forward to this hearing. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
We'll now recognize the Chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr, for 1 minute.
After 15 searches, my computer still won't pull up that YouTube live stream.
Today's
Oh,
hearing is
yeah,
especially
for sure, bro.
timely for recent bank and supervisory failures. Rather than providing timely responses to questions from this committee, the Fed and FDIC
You just gotta ask
decided
Thomas. He always has the
public-facing
links. He's got an
reviews
inside
of
track
their
to the links.
supervisory shortcomings and push inapt policy recommendations. Failure to timely respond to this committee's questions represent a lack of transparency and accountability. As a
Offer trying to move down here on 28. See that?
from Mr. Barr,
But look to see if it gets down ticks. It gets up ticked right there. That's not a good look for these sellers.
requested to be in by April 28th. Regulators should not race to set narratives in the minds of the American people. The report by Vice Chairman Barr accurately highlighted the
And it would make sense,
idiosyncratic
right, with
nature
that kind of
of
size,
the
this could be the
SVB
same
business
person that was
model,
at
but it
30.
does not justify
Oh, I'm
imposing
sure,
new
yeah.
onerous and complex regulations on banks that have
Yeah,
historically
and the same
failed
person
to
from
operate
yesterday, too.
due to no fault of
So
their
when
own.
it disappears
In the
like
face
it
of a
just did
growing
Denver
credit
at the
crunch and
28, what does that mean?
recession,
That just means they traded over it again. So like it only stays for like 2,500 milliseconds. So if we trade it and it trades right back to it, then it'll change. Like see this 162 right here?
Yeah.
So it's getting stuck there, but I mean you'll see the 2897 when we trade it again, it'll go back down to 0. See how that one
Okay.
disappeared?
So it's basically when we hit back in that spot, so you can see the strength if they're going to hold it, basically, right?
Right, to see if they re-offer that level or rebid that level if it's on the buy side. Right.
Thank you. In recent
So
years,
29 has stuck sellers,
neuroscientists
right?
understood that the human
Yeah,
brain
29 has
it
stuck
just
shorts for
disappeared.
sure.
its learning not just by living in the moment and observing cause and effect, but by replaying events of the recent past, both as they occurred and as they could have occurred with different behavior of the participants.
Yeah.
So the questions for today's hearing are not only what actually happened during recent bank failures, but also
And we just
what are the
tested
rules
down
and
into where we had
incentives that,
buyers
had
from
they been
yesterday,
in
right?
place, would have
Exactly.
caused these failed banks
Well,
to
we actually hit
diversify their
the,
depositor base,
isn't that the
to
low from
appropriately
yesterday?
hedge their interest rate risk,
Low from
No,
yesterday is
to raise
23.
capital early while they still could.
Oh, we got to
I was
27,
also
sorry.
encouraged by Vice Chair Barr's reiteration in his written testimony
Yeah, okay.
that major rule changes coming out of
But
this
like around
episode,
25,
as
some
well as
volume stepped
presumably
up and
out
kind
of
of
the
pushed the
holistic
move up
capital
from
review and Basel III
25.
endgame, will take place at a measured pace with opportunity for input from both Congress and industry. This is important since the rule changes will have large effects not only on safety and soundness, which is your bailiwick, but on bank
Oh, that's 2 days ago.
consolidation,
Sorry.
which is very much ours. Thank you. I yield back.
It's 2 days ago, so
Gentleman
that
yields
must be
back.
Globex over there.
Today, we welcome the testimony of the Honorable Michael S. Barr, Vice Chair of Supervision of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, the Honorable Martin J. Grunberg, Chairman of the Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, Mr. Michael Sue, Acting Comptroller of the Office of Controller of the Currency.
This balance that we're currently in is like what, 50 points on a news with some news or a news day. It could easily
Each of
Break
you
the
Double,
top
have
and
yeah.
come back.
5
Yeah, and do
minutes
both
for,
sides.
oral presentation of your testimony. Mr. Barr, you're recognized.
Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and
All right,
other
here's
members of the
Bar's
House,
first
thank you for the
talk
opportunity
here.
to testify today. Overall, the U.S. banking system remains strong and resilient, and depositors should feel confident that all deposits in our banking system are safe. At the same time, recent stress in the banking system
Saying the same thing he always says.
be vigilant as we assess
Depositors should feel
economic
safe.
risks. My review of Silicon Valley Bank's failure demonstrates that there are weaknesses in regulation and supervision that should be addressed, and I am committed to doing so. I am also committed to maintaining the strength and diversity of the banking system so that it continue to provide financial services and access to credit for households and businesses. As we consider adjustments to our rules and supervisory practices, I am sensitive to how changes may affect banks in the current economic environment. My written testimony and accompanying supervision and regulation report provide details on conditions in the banking sector and supervisory and regulatory efforts of the Federal Reserve over the last 6 months. Let me turn to the SVB review.
NASDAQ still looks pretty strong.
Following SVB's failure, I led a review of the Federal Reserve's supervision and regulation of the bank.
Yeah, it's doing much better than the other two.
It's an unflinching look at the conditions that led to the bank's failure, including the role of Federal Reserve supervision and regulation. There are 4 key takeaways from the report. First, SVB's board of directors and management failed to manage the bank's risks. Second, Federal Reserve supervisors did not fully appreciate the extent of the vulnerabilities as SVB was growing in size and complexity. Third, when supervisors did identify vulnerabilities, they did not take sufficient steps to ensure that the bank
I'll let you
fixed
guys
those
know when the bot would
problems
have gotten out.
quickly enough. Fourth, the board's tailoring approach impeded effective supervision by reducing standards, increasing complexity.
So you see, when you see those orders that traded today, Brad, in basically the same spot as yesterday, could that be them closing out a position, or you think that's them actually getting short again from there?
Next, I will outline briefly.
You're talking about like at 33.5?
No, where we just had that huge offer traded at the same spot, like on the 30 or wherever, where we had the 2,000, same as yesterday.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, probably, you know, taking care of yesterday's business. Yeah, I think it's like a
Like balancing out their book or whatever, because they could have trades on the other side as well, right? They could be hedged or whatever.
I mean, if you sell that many contracts and don't go lower, you kind of assume that maybe that's a buy, maybe that's a buy order, someone buying back their short position, which is kind of what happened yesterday.
Available for sale securities in our capital regulations, how we supervise and regulate a bank's management of interest rate
Kind of like
risk,
dumping all of them in one
how we
spot.
supervise and regulate
Exactly.
liquidity risk, and how we oversee incentive compensation practices. Any adjustments to our rules would, of course, go through normal notice and comment rulemaking and have appropriate transition periods.
Well, it looks like somebody's buying 32 half and selling 33 half.
And agility of
right here.
supervision. Supervision should intensify at the right pace as a bank grows in size or complexity. Once identified, issues should be addressed more quickly, both by the bank and by supervisors. Moreover, we need to ensure that we have a culture that empowers supervisors to act in the face of uncertainty. I want to reiterate that the banking system remains strong and resilient. Recent events demonstrate that we, as regulators, must do better, and we will. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
He just gave the same speech he always gives.
Now recognize.
Depositors should be comfortable depositing money in the bank accounts. However, that being said, and then he went on to spill a bunch of bullshit.
And members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear at today's hearing.
YouTube has an IQ of 95. Yeah, probably less.
Trust your bank, but don't trust your bank.
The U.S. banking industry has proven to be quite resilient during this recent period of stress. Early reports.
Oh, Thomas, I said you got like the inside track to the links on these meetings because you always have the links.
Aggregate bank net income was roughly.
Did you hear that they did a prank call on Powell saying it was think it was Zelensky, and Palsy was going to raise it, the rates twice.
I did, yeah, I did see that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but that could have just been faked all the way around. So.
Yeah, it's true. The whole thing might have been. It might have been AI talking to AI. You know?
Exactly.
Pal with AI.
Well, did you see that there's like there's like ChatGPT, the new one, figured out that it couldn't get through a CAPTCHA, like it was trying to do something, couldn't get through a CAPTCHA, went on to whatever that website was, Fiverr, hired a human to do it. So AI is already like learning how to get around things that it supposedly is told that it can't do because it's not a human. Yeah, way.
Bro, that is crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking not just crazy. It's scary. Well, I've seen the Terminator like fucking a million times. Okay.
All I know is never run into a machine shop when
Just
the
fucking
Terminator's chasing you.
yeah, and start saving phone books. Every time you see one, just pick it up, fucking hold on to it, and just start circling all the John Connors that are in there. Fucking circle those. Fucking just.
To recover the loss to the deposit insurance fund attributable to covering the uninsured deposits of Silicon Valley
Sarah
Bank
Connery,
and Signature
right.
Bank.
Circle.
Under that proposed rule,
Yeah, his mother. Yeah.
would apply an annual
Yeah, the
special
mother, right?
assessment rate of
Yeah.
12.5 basis points.
The first one. The second
an
one was
assessment base that would equal an
forget.
insured institution's estimated uninsured deposits.
The second one was the same. His mother was in it. She was in it too. She was just in the crazy bin.
Is defined in such a way
Yeah, it wasn't the kid grown up or something. I forget.
He was a little bit older,
He
yeah.
was a little old. Yeah.
would be subject to the special assessment.
Everybody loves that scene, like, you know, that classic scene where fucking Arnold's on the Harley and he just has that fucking lever action. He's just like
Yeah.
fucking flips the shotgun.
The FDIC was able to market and
That is
sell First
that is
Republic
amazing.
concurrently with its closure by entering into a purchase and assumption agreement.
Yeah, that's the coolest way to load a shotgun.
Yeah. While riding a Harley, jumping down into a fucking, what is that, like a overflow spill, that little creek thing. Just whipping out your lever action.
Notwithstanding the 3 recent bank failures, the FDIC currently expects that the Deposit Insurance Fund will remain on track to meet its statutory reserve ratio.
Bids are still stepping up here.
30th, 2028, without further adjustments to assessments. The FDIC recently released 2 reports on the FDIC's supervision of Signature Bank and on options for deposit insurance reform. The report on Signature Bank, conducted by the FDIC's Chief Risk Officer, found that the root cause of Signature's failure was poor
I like
management.
Predator. I like that movie.
Yeah, that one's good too.
Supervisory
That was a good
efforts
one.
could have been more timely,
The first one, anyway. The second one wasn't too good.
Findings that will be matters of
Did you ever watch Chronicles of Riddick?
The report on
No, what's that?
Or like the first movie was called Pitch Black, I think.
Increased targeted coverage for business.
It's a Vin Diesel movie, but he's like this like fucking special character. It's pretty dope. I liked him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finally, the failures.
What's the name of it?
It's called. I think the first one was called Pitch Black. I saw it originally on fucking Laserdisc back in the day. Yeah, one of my buddies' dads had a huge collection of Laserdisc. No, it was my one of my buddies' dads. He had this huge collection of Laserdiscs that he got. I don't know how he got them. He was a cop, and he was like a campus cop, so he wasn't like rich or anything.
Oh,
So I don't.
now we know how he got them.
Yeah, he probably confiscated them.
Yeah.
Right.
You had that film on tape. It was so good. Yeah, so good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and members of the committee. I'm pleased to appear today to
The Necromongers. That's in the Chronicles of Riddick. They made a new one too. I haven't seen it though. Like typically, like I don't know what it is about Vin Diesel, but all of his follow-on movies, they always just get too crazy, you know? Like Triple X was good, and then like
It was good.
the second Triple X was like so crazy, and then I didn't even watch
Yeah,
the
the
third
original
Triple X.
Triple X was pretty decent.
Yeah, I like that movie. It was dope.
When he's fucking on that tray, that's fucking funny.
Oh
He's like
yeah,
using the tray as like a surfboard, snowboard.
yeah.
We are closely monitoring the conditions of the institutions we supervise.
What's so funny about American movies? Like pretty much Russian people are the bad guy all the time.
They are on the balls of their feet with regard to risk management.
Yeah.
Many have taken steps to reduce risk in light of market conditions. To date, the vast majority of OCC supervised.
You don't really notice that kind of stuff until you get older, but you're just like, damn, these Russians, they're really up to no good.
The past 2 years, I have consistently emphasized to bankers the importance of.
You know what's funny too is every goalie left in the NHL finals is Russian.
Most OCC supervised banks have heeded this message and successfully navigated the rise in interest rates.
They're trying to take over, man.
I mean, they're really fucking good. So.
Monitor market conditions and engage with banks to help ensure that they are prepared to meet future.
The Russian Hockey League is it's pretty big. It's not NHL big, but it's pretty big.
One of the bots got out.
Restore full confidence in the banking system.
One of my buddies went over there and played, and he made a lot more money playing in the Russian league than he did in the American league because they're paying players a lot more to try to get more players over there. Watch this break of the open here. Remember that 40 levels where that offer kept coming in. What's ZSN? ZS.
To empower supervisors to exercise discretion and act when needed will help keep the banking system safe and sound. Second, regulations regarding the resilience and resolvability of large banks need.
It's getting crushed right now.
Stronger resiliency requirements for large
soybean futures.
Market done it again, Brad, down. Took some low and then rips back up.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, pretty much, like, I mean, you can buy the dip, like, until it really kind of cleans up these trap shorts. But it would have to get below this 23 until then. You just got to be careful on the way up, right? This 40 B came up there, held there for a second, and then ripped us right back down. And so if that offer moves in, we'll kind of see here. But if that offer doesn't move back in, then we should trade back up to that 48. That's where he was at the first time.
Finally, the diversity of the banking system must be preserved.
Yeah, it's like we have the initial move off the open, and then the market trades the opposite direction after it goes back through the open. Same as yesterday, we opened, fell down, and then rallied back up, took the open, took the high.
Yeah, like no one's willing to take the plunge. No one wants to sell lower. You see that offer come back in on 40 again.
Whippy whippy.
Yep. Nasdaq's coming down pretty decent here too. Steam. Nasdaq wants to hold above this like 13, right where it's at right now, like 13,490. We can't hold above that level. It's basically kind of like a look above and fail.
Have you been more kind of in and out, Brad? Like, or have you not been holding as long recently?
I haven't taken any trades in like the past 30 minutes. I didn't take that low. I was reading something, so I wasn't really paying attention. But yeah, mostly like most of my trades most of my trades yesterday, besides the one that I held overnight, um, were like, I think average like 4 points, or 4.75 points was the average yesterday, actually. Let's see if these sellers get stuck here. You had some buyers try to show up 35 again. These sellers can't get anything going. I think you can buy right here.
So you think when we came down basically and tested on the B low, it was coming down to test the excess from yesterday, but where we put in that volume at the low, it's where the sellers got stuck, right? So when it came back down to retest, they were just closing out, which is giving us the pushback away from that level.
Right, exactly. And so like basically today we kind of have like a similar scenario as yesterday, except for today it's the 30 instead of yesterday it was that 29. Is if they can't get volume below this 30, even if they trade below the 30, but if they can't get volume below this 30, then we can kind of assume that these lower prices are shutting off selling.
So yeah, got you.
It's tempting to get long here. And on the NASDAQ too. The Dow's not really doing us any favors though. That looks like a bag of shit. The internals are just kind of looking like garbage here. Like, you got the S&P here, right? Just, made a decent low on that B low, but really didn't rally that much. So 500 stocks. You've got the NASDAQ here just kind of hanging down at the low, not really doing anything. Dow doing the exact same thing here, kind of just struggling. Weighted AD is not really making lower lows though, which kind of means that maybe these lower prices are shutting off selling and we may get a chance to be a responsive buyer down here. We just want to see, like, if we do buy, we want to see the trade win right away. You don't really want to be holding it. This isn't not one of those spots where I'd be buying and then kind of just holding my 5-point stop that I normally ride. I would be exiting quicker.
I'm just gonna go grab a drink. I'll be back.
Yeah, let's watch to see this bid if I get it. Nice short. You got that up there after it failed that take that B high, huh? Let's see if there's a reoffer here. If there's no reoffer and we start to get on the backside of this 34, then this thing may pop back up to like 37.5, 30. Yeah, see that bid step up. See that VWAP starting to flatten out here. Yeah, if they rebid this area right here, watch for bids to step in. We should trade up 38. Off. Come on, bids. Where you guys at? Go ahead. Back to the POC here. We have some stuck buyers there on the 35. See, like almost 1400. Need to get this thing above 35. With a bid. So above 35, but with a bid as well to get this thing continuation. You're seeing a little bit of an offer come in, but Not a real strong bid yet. All right, move your stop up to 35.5. And got him. That way, if it gets a flush, you can just ride it up. Don't worry.
Not financial advice.
Right, not financial advice. It should say it right across the screen. Okay. Barkin said the number one lesson from the 1970s is don't quit too soon. Most people I talk to anticipate a downturn over coming quarters. See, that's what makes me think like we're not going to go down, because everyone thinks that we're going to go down. Typically, everyone is always wrong. Except us. We're only wrong some of the time. This year, we've only been wrong about like 32% of the time. Or I guess 42% of the time, actually. No, 32, yeah, 32. That's not bad. Right, hobby. It's about how you can take it. Yeah, you know, that's and a lot of like just to relate it to boxing and stuff, especially when we get like new people into boxing. Most of the reason that people's defense is so bad is because they've never been hit. And so once they get hit, that like or they're so afraid to get hit that they just run away from it. It's like, you know, it's like a losing a trade, right? Some people get in a trade and they don't want to lose the trade, so they just keep moving their stop, 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 stop. And so then when they do finally get hit, they're so tired from running away so much that they get knocked out. Instead of just taking the hit, realizing like, oh, that didn't kill me, and you know, continuing to, you know, pivot, step forward, fucking switch feet, throw that cross. Yeah. Yeah, and you're from Cali too, so like, you know, bowling's like almost
Isn't
popular in
that
Cali.
a Rocky quote? I
What?
think that's a Rocky quote. Oh, is Yavi just said it ain't about how hard you hit, it's about how you get hit and keep moving forward.
Mm,
Or maybe Wacky says and get back up. That same kind of thing.
maybe. Yeah, I think some buyers might be getting stuck on 35. Just be careful here. I mean, I'm flat now, but I think that they might be getting stuck on that 35. Yeah, I never really got bullied. But that's because I was always willing to fight. But like for my friends and stuff who weren't fighters, like one of my friends we called Jolly John because he was just such a nice guy. Anytime anyone would try to like get into their shit, I was like, all right, now you fucked up.
I'm around here.
Because like I don't like people picking on, especially like like I remember one time this guy started to try to fight my buddy John, and I was like, bro, fucking shut the fuck up. It's the nicest guy in the whole world. What are you doing here? Get the fuck out of here. Has some funny ass stories from high school, bro. High school was just a fucking joke. Most people really aren't about that life. Like for the most part, most people don't really. They just want to talk, 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 talk.
The loud ones, always the ones that don't.
So I try to teach my daughter. I'm like, kids, especially nowadays, like they always want to be like. It's like they can't sit in silence. They always want to say something. And I'm like, you know what? Like a lot of times, the kids that are the loudest are they're the most self-conscious kids. Like they're so afraid that someone will see who they really are that they've got to, you know, push out this persona into the world and be tough and blah blah blah. It's like, and it's like just don't hang around with those people. Give that shit up. Like it's just not worth it. Yeah, well, that's what bullies do is they pick on the nice people because they know they won't fight. Because the bullies don't really want to fight. They just want to make it look like they would fight, but the other
Yeah, look
person
at me.
is
I'm
bitched
I
out.
don't fight anyone,
Yeah.
but only the one I pick.
I remember because I was on the football team in high school, and we had this new kid come to our school, and he was a gangbanger from Oakland, and he pulled a gun on me in the locker room, and like I didn't know what to do, right? And I was like, "Fuck!" Like I can't fight, like because I'm down to fight, like I've always
Yeah, you can't
been
fight
down
the
to
gun.
fight, but you can't fight the gun, so I'm like nervous as fuck. But I had friends, right? And my buddy Marcus, big ass motherfucker. I mean, like fucking, you want to check his ID and see if he's in high school. That's how big this motherfucker was. Just grabs this motherfucker by the neck and just pushes him against the wall. He's like, "Don't you ever fucking do this shit again." I was like, "Oh, hell yeah, bitch!" Like, yeah, who's got your back? Man, he was like Marcus was like he was like this big black dude. He played running back for us, and like he just didn't talk ever. Just a big motherfucker who just wanted to play football. That was it. And his locker was right next to mine, so we had like a pretty decent relationship. And fucking just grabbed that motherfucker and just slammed him up against the wall. And I was like, "Yeah, bitch."
That's Marcus.
Yeah.
You don't do one of them. Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the kid was trying to rob me. The kid was like had heard some stuff about me or whatever, and he was like, "Yeah, give me what you got." And I was just like, first of all, definitely no. Second of all, please don't shoot me."
Yeah, at schools now, they're probably like, you better give me that crypto.
Oh yeah, probably. This is my wallet ID. Send it over.
Looks like Nvidia is gonna get to level.
Yeah, that bully beatdown show is funny as fuck. I always thought it was fake though. Yeah. You said what?
I think Nvidia is gonna get to levels where it would have sold, where the bot would have sold.
Oh yeah, I don't. I gotta pull up NVIDIA. I
There's
don't
a
even
Bully
have
Beatdown show.
Fully Beatdown. It was like an old show on MTV back in the day.
I remember that. Because that would be great. I love Karma Justice.
Yeah, me too.
I love that scammer guy. You ever watch that scammer payback guy?
Mm-mm.
You ever watch that guy on YouTube? That guy's amazing.
Oh, like where he messes with like telemarketers and scammers. Yeah, I have
trying
seen
to
that.
call
Yeah,
a
yeah,
lady
yeah.
half,
Yeah, the
That
guy
trying
is
to
with
call a
good.
got
lady half
blue
the
hair.
time. I don't know how he does it, but he gets their
He like
addresses
hacks
and
into their cameras and shit. Like shows them pictures of
yeah,
themselves.
So
Yeah, he's a
all
beast.
you need to do, so there are hacker tools that if somebody clicks a link, they are compromised. Like literally.
Yeah, that's how he
he's
done
got
it.
like
I think he
account.
was getting them
That
to
level of
remote
shit.
access his PC.
Exactly. They're like, hey, he's like, hey, you know, can you click this link? I just need you to do, I want you to go check this out or something like that. And they'll click the link. And as soon as they click the link, they're compromised and it opens up a connection. Basically it rootkits their computer. And
Well,
then
he's
he
got
logs
this deal because they do it through like TeamView or whatever, and but yeah, while he's talking to him, he's deleting their
right
files and
behind the scenes.
it's
So the
great.
team viewer so they're in a VM. They're connecting to his VM that he's created
Yeah.
for them. So they have no idea what's going on. And in the background, they clicked on a link and he's now rooted into their computer and he's all command line. So they don't see anything on their screen until once you
Yes,
rootkit
he's
somebody's
got these
computer.
fake bank accounts so they get really into it because they think he's got a bunch of money. Like he's an old lady.
And he
Funny.
totally you can do some. I actually took a course called pen test. It's pen testing, and you can do some pretty crazy shit. Like, and I've done a little of it. I mean, just in my normal day to day. But like, once you get
I hack
access to
people on the
somebody's
weekends.
command line, once you get access to somebody's command line, they're done. It's over. I mean, I'm not saying you can do anything you want, but if they have the right vulnerability or you're good enough, you can get whatever you want off their
Yeah,
computer.
once you're in
You
their
can find
PC, it's
But
your
to be able
PC,
to do
right?
that
can
while you're talking to somebody, and I mean, it's just great. He does it so
Well,
good.
it's all scripts. I mean, so when I took the pen testing course, there are scripts that they have that will actually allow you to be able to scan the network and search for IP cameras, or scan the network and look for network switches. In order to be, and the network switches give you the ability to get to, and I don't know if you guys know about network, but there's MAC addresses for every network device, and there's an ARP table inside of a network switch. And what it is it basically, when a request comes in on one port, it's like, how do I know where to send it? And it has this thing called an ARP table, and it knows where the MAC addresses are. So it'll go out, and you can actually, using that MAC address table, you can actually know what kind of network device or potentially what kind of computer is at the other end of that network connection. And you can do crazy, crazy shit. Crazy, crazy shit. Anyway, but it's all
Have you seen
scripts.
the dude that does the thing with the Amazon packages too? Like he sets up like fake Amazon packages, people steal them, and then he like, fucking fills their room with like confetti and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that is funny. That is funny.
It's called Glitter Bomb. Glitter Bomb 4.0 or 5.0 was the last one that he did.
I'm surprised he hasn't gotten in trouble for that.
He's an engineer like times 10. That guy is.
Well, he gets the
used to be a
cops
NASA.
there. He has the
worked for
cops
NASA.
there. So right after the glitter bomb thing goes off, the cops go in there and bust him.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like to see
that's
justice.
as funny as it gets, really, stealing someone's parcel.
Yeah, especially because you have no idea what it is, so you're just hoping it's something good, like
And look, the
fucking
odds of it being
stealing a pair of socks or some shit. Like,
have you seen the one where he traps the guy in the back of the truck? That's fucking funny.
yeah.
Big dildo.
And he drives him around like 100 mile an hour, chucking him around in the back of the van, and then he just opens the door and the guy just runs off out the back of the truck.
That's what he gets, fucking idiot.
Those ones are funny too. Have you seen the painter and decorators when they do the same thing? Like they'll get one of them to get in the back of the van, they'll shut the back of the van, and they'll leave all the paint tins open. and then they take them for a drive, fucking chuck them all around, and then they come out the back of the van and they're just fucking covered in paint.
Oh shit! I haven't seen that. Oh,
That sounds good though.
just covered in fucking paint. Oh god. Especially if one of those
Yeah,
paint cans hits you. It's not even just the paint. Those paint cans flying
yeah,
around. That shit would
yeah.
hurt.
And that's
Right
gotta
in
be
the
expensive
shin.
show because painting is cheap
He's like
anymore.
a grumpy like English tradesman, and they just get him in the back. Oh, it's fucking funny.
Trying to bid up this 35 half again. Waiting for these sellers to get stuck right here. This 34 share, yeah. Because they peaked back below during C period, but really couldn't hold it down there. That looks like they might be getting stuck here, but seems like bids are getting stuck too. Like it just seems like seems like kind of no one's buying it up yet.
Everyone's stuck.
Well, you probably, I mean, you've got people stuck like 32 and 30. You get a move down here and you see like a big offer come in, like 30 in between 30, basically like right here, 34 half to 33. That can't get back below that 31. And then you just have to be careful at this 35 half because it's kind of where people are kind of stop the buying. So you would need short covering to pop over that. Price is contracting on the 5 minute. Morning, Patrick. Yeah, we're getting up. Yeah, boiling here.
Was that?
Like a
My
cough.
computer had a sneeze.
Morning, Steve. There you go. There's some stuck shorts here on this 34. Now let's see if bids follow here. Nice. Decent bid there. Nice. Remember the offers at like 39, 40 or so you get shorts covered there, right? That's what the pop is. Now you need buyers to rebid here in order for this thing to go, or else you're just gonna have to flatten out. Financials is taking a serious beating. The next level I have up on Nvidia is like 313. I mean, 300 of
No
course,
way.
probably a big level, but
Are you freaking kidding
well,
me?
next like big level. Yeah. 300 is a big level. But like 313 is like
Climbing.
the next real resistance.
Yeah, this
Yeah, it's
thing is
up.
climbing.
It's up a lot. We're already at
Well,
$4 today.
one of the bots, one of the bots has a long way to go before it makes it to where it would have considered getting out based on
About $6
information.
actually.
This one would have needed. That one's actually not too far away. With all those counts, it probably wouldn't have gotten out.
You ever see them videos of that guy that he pretends he's like the janitor in the gym, weightlifting gym?
Oh yeah, and he just picks up like heavy ass shit.
Yeah, yeah. You ever see that
Yeah.
guy? That's fun.
He's like, yeah, he goes up to like big ass, like fucking steroid ass dudes, and he's just like, can I clean right here? And he just like picks it up with one hand.
Yeah, yeah. He walks away.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? He's pretty strong. It looks real too. The bar bends, when he picks it up.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
And the reaction off the people, because it's like some pretty big
Yeah,
people. Yeah. They're like, Jesus. They're over here like struggling it. This guy's just swinging around with one arm. He's probably Russian though. Those Russians, like natural strength.
Polish, Russian, they're strong.
Yeah, or Polish. Yeah.
He's in great shape, but he's not like huge or nothing. He just, so it's funny.
Well, what was that? There was a because like normally World's Strongest Men, they're big, but they're just like they always have like a muscle gut, they call it. But there was one guy who was competing, and he was like, yeah, he was competing World's Strongest Man, and he was saying, and I think he won one year, and he was saying like, why can't my whole body be strong if the rest of my body's strong? Why can't these World's Strongest Men look like they're the world's strongest men? Because most of them just look like just big ass people.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them are like the mountain's like 6'9".
Yeah. Like even their gusto, their belly, but you can see like not like you know what I mean? It sticks out. like a fat guy, but they have abs. You know what I mean? So it's not really,
Yeah, well, that's from all the HGH though.
yeah, whatever they're on.
Yeah, because all their organs are like fucking twice the size that they should be. There was yesterday there was this like woman's body appreciation, like basically like a advocate for like women that are overweight, saying like be proud to be overweight. She died at 37 of a heart attack. Yeah, I was like, whoops.
Yeah, I don't really get that whole new thing of just putting massive big people on the adverts. I don't understand. I get that before, right? It's crazy. They go from like one extreme to the other. So the people were like twigs before, and like they look like they have fucking eaten a salad in a week. And
Yeah.
now it's like complete opposite, where it's just like they look like they've been eating McDonald's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just put a fucking like average normal person on there. Like it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because it really fucks with
They're
people.
promoting unhealthy people on both sides. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
It's not healthy to be that big, and it's not healthy to be that skinny.
One
Right.
of the NVIDIA bots would have closed. The other one's still in, or would still be in.
Yeah, that's why I never understood either, Tommy. Like what are we doing here? You want people to be like sick, skinny, like disgustingly skinny, where you see their rib cage, or just like fucking, over 300 pounds, and that's not healthy either. Like your body needs food, it needs nutrients, but it also doesn't need too much, because that's what happens. You eat too much, you just store everything.
Yeah, I think the world's relationship, like, or the way that they've spun it with food, is just like it's just not how we're originally supposed to consume food. Like setting, oh, we have lunch, breakfast, dinner. Like, don't even need to eat that way. It's like structured from young, how they want you to eat.
Well, even when I met with that dietitian last week, and like, I mean, just some of the advice that she was telling me was like, what? Like, what are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
What'd she look like? Did you see her?
Yeah. Oh, I saw her. Can't miss
What'd
her.
she look like?
It was big.
Yeah.
That's why it's hard for me to take that kind of stuff serious. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, well, you've got all this knowledge, and like people like you. I mean, you can coach football and not be a good football player, right? That's just a fact. You just have a real good understanding of the game. I get that, but like when it comes to something like that, if like the dietitian on a pro sports team is probably pretty fit. So like people say, well, look at, NFL coaches are pretty much all fat. Well, it's like, most of them when they played in the NFL, they're fucking linemen.
Yeah,
or like they're big guys. And so like I get it, they can coach the team because they don't have to do, but like when it comes to certain things, like you want your physical trainer to be in shape. Like they're taking advice from Andy Reid because he's smart. He knows the plays. He knows how to read the plays. But they're not going in for fucking workout tips. Because obviously his workout tip is like, well, I'm gonna fucking walk about a mile to McDonald's and eat, whatever the fuck I want. So
if he's lucky, he'd walk a mile.
Yeah, and the only thing that ever gets promoted will be unhealthy food. You rarely ever see healthy food promoted.
Yeah.
Well, no, they chastise. There's like a wave of people, well, at least in America, saying that eating eggs are bad, eating meat is bad. Like there was this video that came out called "What the Health," and like it almost brainwashed my wife. Like she even came to me and she's like, "We should go vegan." I'm like, ah, you're out of your fucking mind. There's no chance. I love meat. Like it's not gonna happen. But like, I mean, a ton of people like watch that video and they're like, oh, eating meat is so bad for you. Humans aren't even designed to eat meat. Look at our teeth. They're not designed, like blah 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 blah. It's like,
yeah, it's because we've not been eating meat for so long is the reason why our teeth are getting smaller, because we used to eat a lot more tough meats. So a lot of the time with people's facial structures and stuff, that's the main reason why their faces get droopy and shit, because they're eating so much soft food. Back in the day, you would have had obviously much more chewy meats and stuff, and it builds the muscles in your face and keeps your face structure the way it's supposed to be.
Right. But you can't talk science to people that
But humans
they only want to
eat.
they only want to hear the part of the science that's relevant to what they're talking
Yeah.
about.
They didn't
You know?
start eating meat till recently. I mean, we didn't eat meat, 1,000 years ago.
You don't think cavemen ate meat?
Well, well, maybe more than 1,000 years ago, but mostly they were fruit and nut and
No.
grain gatherers.
What are you talking about? Like Native Americans are like notorious for like hunting buffalo.
Cavemen ate meat. I mean, I'll just say this: you don't see them drawing pictures of fucking broccoli on the cave walls. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that they only ate meat. I'm just saying they absolutely ate meat.
Exactly. They ate what they could find, and it wasn't on a timed
Yeah.
schedule.
Well, and it was probably
they found it.
different. It was probably different everywhere, because like, I mean, you think about where you live at. Well, if you live in like a place that grows plants and vegetables and fruits and nuts like abundantly, then of course you're going to be eating that more often because it's easier. But if you're in a place where that shit doesn't grow and you've got to go fucking hunt down an oryx or something, then that's what you're going to eat.
That's why you have so many different like structures in bodies and stuff from different areas, heights, strength, just down to what they had
like
on the land.
Yeah, even like in Mexicans, like if you look at Mexican people, like I mean, if you ever hung around with like a crowd of Mexican people, you could tell, which ones were probably native and which ones are probably more Spanish.
Racist?
That's not racist. That's just a fact.
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Like that's just a fact. Like, I mean, one of my buddies, Jacob, like we're like, bro, like you might be Mexican, like, and he's like Mexican, like his mom came here in a gas tank of a semi, but like he's 6'4", and he doesn't grow any facial hair. He's dark as fuck, and it's like, yeah, you're Native American.
Mexican?
He's Mexican, but like he probably like if he were to do his DNA, he's like probably more native than
only
than
American
anything.
Mexicans are obese. When you're in Mexico, everybody's not fat like they are here. I mean, everybody's fat here. It's fucking crazy.
There's a lot of
in
fatties
Norway
here.
and stuff like that, you'll find some fucking big guys, like Viking guys. You don't see them here. It's just like you said, like uneven heights as well. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's all based off of like
We're doing a lot of fishing.
where you come from and stuff. And like typically like
fishing is just freaking hard.
Oh yeah, especially when you're doing it from a ship. Because not only are you catching something, but then you're dragging it up the side of the boat. I mean, nowadays they have like those automatic.
All fighting you, it's all freezing cold, it's ice
Yeah.
everywhere. Like,
Yeah, that's what builds a person. Struggles like that.
Yep.
Over time, and then new generation becomes stronger, and again and again.
They were saying like there was like this study with the CIA saying like most of the people that end up working for the CIA went through some type of trauma as a child, like not necessarily like a bad trauma, but like some type of trauma or some type of adversity where they struggled, and that's who ends up working for the CIA. That's an elite thing, like regardless of like your opinion on what the CIA does, if it's good or bad, but just getting to work there, you've got to be a pretty sharp ass person, and you've got to go through some shit in order to pass the academy. It's like that. Those are like the elite of the elite right there. Or like being a fighter pilot. There's probably some studies that are probably the same way. Like a lot of people say fighter pilots are like cocky and arrogant. Well, it's like they kind of have to be. You kind of have to be fucking cocky and arrogant if you're gonna fly around fucking $7 million and it's loaded with enough missiles to blow up a small country.
Yeah.
73% of the population is overweight. Yeah, that makes sense.
That is crazy.
Yeah, and
Well,
the percentage of people which actually train and do exercise is extremely lower than that.
oh yeah.
World population.
Like when you go to the gym or something, you think, oh, quite a lot of people go to the gym, but if you think about it in the bigger picture, think about like your family and members and stuff, not really much people do that much exercise at all.
No. No, I mean like if you even just look at the difference between like me and like some of my brothers. My older brother, he stays pretty fit. He's a skinny little bitch. And then like one of my other two brothers, like my dad's other two kids, they're thin, they're tall, they're both like over 6 feet, but they're just tall and thin. They don't have any muscle on them, right? They're just like skinny and tall, but they don't overeat, so they don't get overweight. You know what I
Just
mean?
keep their original frame. Yeah.
Yeah. And then like one of my brothers, he's like 6 feet, maybe like 5'10", 5'11", but he's like a 300-pounder. I mean, he never probably seen the inside of the gym, but he eats shit. Yeah, the BMI standards are skewed because according to BMI standards, like I'm obese because I'm so short. Because like 5'8", I'm supposed to weigh like fucking, I don't know, like 155 pounds, which I
Yeah, but
haven't
then
weighed.
where are those numbers from? You know, it's like
Well, it's all old. It's all the
yeah,
data's
exactly.
stale.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I mean, it's like the freaking pyramid, the food pyramid. I mean, that's all bullshit. Honestly, all this stuff was made up when people were trying to create
It was.
a society that would eat shit and get fat. Well, not necessarily they were trying to get fat, but they
It
were
was
trying to
the
sell shit.
meat and dairy industries got together and
Yeah.
lobbied to have that shit passed.
So it's all skewed. So
I was speaking to a little
And
while
all the
ago to Brad
labels,
about that.
all the labels on the packaging's all BS too. You know, say things are organic and shit, and they're not really organic. You know,
That's why they done. You remember when everything started getting cut down? They made fat like the enemy. It was everything's zero fat. This is zero fat. This yogurt's zero fat, and they
Yeah.
strip all the fat out of
flavors
it.
in
But
the
then they
fat.
just replaced it with sugar. So it's
Yeah.
got more carb intake but less fat intake. When the fats you were getting were actually healthy fat, like fats, and they dropped
What's
them
crazy
out
is
and just replaced them with sugar. And
Well,
now the
even if
obesity rate's way higher.
even if it wasn't, even if it's unhealthy fat, right? It's still your body has an easier time breaking down fat than it does sugar,
Sugar, yeah.
especially processed sugar. Like
it has an easier time using it. The difference between sugar is sugar goes straight to the fat storage.
right,
Sugar
that's what I
is
mean.
not
Like has
sugar,
it,
yeah,
yeah, to
sugar is
break
not
it down and
used.
like use it as energy.
And less filling, so you still stay hungry.
Yeah, because it spikes your blood sugar. If you eat something that has like a lot of sugar in it, your blood sugar spikes, and then your blood sugar comes down, and all of a sudden you're like,
Like when
"Fuck,
you
I'm
eat at
starved."
McDonald's,
Exactly.
you'll eat one, and then an hour later you'll be like, "Fuck me, I'm hungry."
I still eat McDonald's, so because it's fucking delicious.
Yeah, but you do it balanced. You know what I mean? Every now and
Yeah.
again, you treat
I chip
yourself.
out that a
And
Well,
meal.
normally,
I chip out
normally
that a
I'll
meal at
I'll eat
McDonald's for $2.
McDonald's. The only time I'll eat McDonald's is normally like after a hard ass workout, because I know my body is just gonna take all of that and fucking throw it into my muscles.
McMuscles.
Yep, McDonald's. Yeah, McMuscles exactly.
I just trip out how
Yeah,
expensive it is.
you can't really go by anything because there's not one study out long term study on food out there because nobody puts a study on long enough on a diet. You know what I mean? Like you have to stay on a
Well,
diet.
they don't teach doctors nutrition. Doctors take only like 8 hours of nutrition.
Well,
Yeah,
and
but I'm saying
there's
no study
no.
that diet long enough.
What are you saying,
Right.
Roach? Go ahead.
There's no study out there that keeps people on diets long enough to understand the effects of food. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
the only one you can use is the life expectancy in a country. That's a good judge because you can
And
see
what they
how
for
long they're
genetics,
living and
right?
what they're roughly like. You'll see the diet difference from like country to country and how long they live.
Yeah.
There's some lady that just died at 122, and she quit smoking at 117, and that's only because she couldn't hold a cigarette. Yeah.
Well, and I think there's a huge misunderstanding of the individuality that it takes to for like everyone's individual body. Like there was this guy that I was following, and he was wearing a continuous glucose monitor, and he found out that eating green beans spiked his blood sugar. And that's not going to be for everybody. Like I might eat green beans, right? And so like the only way to really know like what you should eat and what you shouldn't eat, and all these like physique models that are, you know, they are supposedly look, I think they look nasty, but they're just training to look good. That's not it. They might not be healthy, but they're just training to look good. And you know, I think like a normal person should have a little bit of fat. Yeah.
He's super fit. You can't really get much fitter than Diaz.
Right, and he looks like he looks like Gumby. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't look like a fucking, you know, like Hulk. So yeah. But like, you know, get him in a fucking run. Try to outrun him. Good luck. Try to outswim him. Try to outbike him. Try to out punch him. You know what I mean? Like it's just not gonna happen because he's a freak. Yeah, if you don't, I don't even, like some people eat like lean meat, like they get like the 96% lean hamburger, and you're like, what the fuck? Like 80-20 me, my buddy. I want this thing to fucking bleed.
I try to get to 70, 30 even, 75, 25. The fattest I could get, I try to, as fat as you could get, you know, same thing.
Yeah, it's good for you.
A lot of flavors in the fat, because you can eat something that's sugar free, you know, and it still tastes okay. But to eat something that's fat free, it's disgusting.
Ugh, yeah. I don't even like sugar free shit. It tastes like shit.
Yeah, well then it's like a whole nother story. You're getting chemicals.
Oh shit.
But then there's like a huge thing, like people saying like, oh well, you know, this kind of sugar, like my wife's sister, she eats fucking stevia. Have you ever put stevia in coffee?
It's that shit.
Oh, it's fucking miserable. It is nasty.
I'd rather just drink it, just blend.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You might as well. It's so bad. But like some people swear, like, oh, it's healthier for you, so I'm gonna have it. It's like, what? Like, what studies have you done? You know, you watched a fucking 37-second Facebook video, and now you're a fucking expert on what to eat and what not to eat. Fuck out of here. Only the real key is just calories in, calories out. It's literally that simple. Like only eat what you need, and that's it. Like, and you can eat whatever you want. If you want to eat, you know, 2,000 calories a day, and you're gonna have a Big Mac and French fries and a soda, well, that's all you're gonna have today, and that's it. The rest of the day, you're just gonna have to drink water because you already ate all your calories. You chose to eat them all at once. Like, you know, okay. But if you, I mean, you could literally eat a McDonald's meal every single day, you know, as long as you're doing a little bit of exercise, and you won't gain weight as long as that's the only thing you eat a day. The tough part is like most people eat healthy all day until lunchtime or till like bedtime, and then they're like, I'm just gonna have like 7 Oreos before bed. Like,
yeah, then your calories go over 200-300, and then you do it daily, builds up 10 days, you 3,000 calories over what you should be eating, and it just slowly builds up and builds up.
Yeah, by the end of the month, you've ate double what you should have eaten for that month.
Yeah,
it's like.
Yeah, mainly why I skip breakfast, give my body a break, give my belly a break, and then gives me more time in the day to actually enjoy eating rather than thinking, fucking, how much have I eaten?
Yeah, exactly.
I eat 7 Oreos on the way to the fucking chair. I eat a fucking sleeve.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, that's why I can't even have them in my house because I'll do the same thing.
Yeah, they're the worst.
I have to try not to eat any sugar because it's like a drug. You know, it just fucking, I can't stop.
You're not even hungry. You're just like, damn, this tastes so good.
Yeah.
And then you just eat them, and then you're fucking sick after. Yeah.
I got 2 handfuls of Oreos. 8 Oreos in both. You don't even know you eat.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're bringing in like more health and fitness into more like high level things. For example, I've seen like a lot of these esports teams and shit. You know what they used to look like proper unhealthy, like fucking nerd spotty and shit. Now they're like fucking sending them out to PTs to train, and like Just like that's the way to be at your best. You've got to keep yourself fit and healthy.
Right, because it's all going to be affecting your brain. So like, if you're going to perform at your peak level, you've got to eat right as well. And I'm not saying that's like, fucking lean meats and chicken and fucking fish and rice and cups of broccoli and shit like that, but like you can't be just putting trash in your body all the time and expecting to be performing at your best. And a lot of these things like sugar, when you abuse sugar, it weakens your bones. And so, if you're trying to perform at something, that's not going to be there.
I don't like eating any birds. I don't like fucking
Yeah, bird's not really that good, to be honest.
turkey, chicken, fucking. I don't like any of it. I can eat it, but
You're a red meat man.
Yeah, pretty much that's it. 'Cause even fish, I don't like fish.
I do want to try that. I want to try that thing they had in Billions when they eat like a fucking baby bird. You know what I'm talking about?
They scoop the skull out with a spoon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's called Baloo.
Yeah, yeah.
Filipino.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Hey, you wait until it goes rotten.
Yeah, I just want to try it.
It's not.
Yeah, I think I don't know what the craziest thing I've eaten. Probably a scorpion.
I ate a scorpion too. It was in the bottom of.
On a stick.
We ate scorpions in Vegas.
You do? Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're like you get a no, it's dead.
No.
But it's like you drink like this cup of tequila and then you have a scorpion that goes with it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the worst thing I've eaten was maybe not the worst thing. I used to eat bee pollen. I don't know if you ever heard of that. Oh man, was that? And I could eat anything pretty much. I could if it's good for. If you tell me it's healthy, I'll force it down. You know what I mean? But I used to eat bee pollen. It literally was like eating cat litter. Like
what's that? What is that? What is that, Roach?
It was bee pollen.
Bee pollen.
Bee pollen.
Oh,
Yeah.
bee pollen. Got you.
I don't even remember why. I must.
Oh, bee pollen. That's actually good for you.
It can't taste good though.
Yeah, it's supposed to.
No, it cannot taste good. It's probably bitter as fuck.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Oh.
I like it.
I ate a live squid one time.
That was terrible.
That was not bad.
Yeah, well, in France they're eating fucking frog legs and snails.
Oh yeah, I never get that, the fucking snails. But I guess I eat clams. Like clams are good, and it's probably a similar texture.
Yeah, I like rock clams too. Rock clams are real good.
You guys have rockfish out here on the East Coast?
What's that? What?
You have rockfish out here?
Rockfish?
Yeah. You ever seen rockfish?
I don't know. Are they saltwater or freshwater?
Saltwater.
Yeah, no, I don't know. They might have. I don't know.
I'm gonna pull up a picture. We used to go out in Santa Cruz and catch them. They're fucking good. Make them into tacos. Yeah, I've had duck before. It's not that good. I've never had it at a restaurant. I cooked it at home.
Kind of gamey.
It's nice from a Chinese.
Racist. Yeah, these are rockfish right here.
It is nice from a Chinese. It actually is nice.
They're good. They're really good. Like they're really tasty. Like take them, put like some garlic and some butter and some tahini, and make them into some like tacos, some onions, fucking cilantro. They're fucking fire.
Did you put a picture?
Oh yeah, I just showed it. Yeah, I missed it. It's like a big orange fish, basically.
Oh, never mind. It's on the stream. No, never mind. I don't put the stream on because this fucking Discord gets all choppy when I have this thing on. It's hard to work this Discord on my thing, on my tablet.
Yeah, it is. It's hard to clean those fish. Yeah. The
Am I
is
still
that
here?
duck right there? Pato asado? Yeah. Duck. Yeah, it's just more tender. Well, chicken can be tender too, but it's like it seems more tender than chicken. Yeah, a little liquidation here. Back down to this
Yeah,
30.
at least it's moving.
Yeah, finally.
Who gives a
Just
fuck
needed
if
us
it
to
goes
stop
up or
paying
down?
attention to it.
Yeah.
Oh, so I was cutting this tree yesterday, and then all of a sudden I like look down and see some ivy growing up the tree. I think it's poison ivy. So then I went into fucking full panic, you know, fucking went inside, fucking stripped down, fucking threw everything in the wash, took a shower, and just like sat down and was like, fuck, when's this itching gonna start? But never came on, so. And then like I took a picture of
Were
it
the
on my
leaves already
phone because you know
planted?
if you have an iPhone you could take a picture of it and get like press the information button and it'll tell you what kind of plant it is.
Yeah.
And it's like poison ivy. And I'm like, motherfucker.
Oh,
On the
did
house.
it was, yeah.
I was on this tree in my front yard. I have this big ass, like probably like 30-foot tree in my front yard. Like a evergreen tree pretty much, and it's just like climbing up the side of that tree. And I was just cutting down the branches, the lower branches, just to, you know, give some nice space under there. But I had gloves on and shit, so I didn't touch it with my hands, and the only thing that maybe touched it was my leg, but I don't have any rash or anything. And I mean, I might not be allergic to it. I don't know. But for the most part, pretty much everybody is, I think.
Yeah, if
Was
that
it
shit
shiny?
starts.
Was the leaves like have a shine on them?
Yeah, I'll send you a picture of it.
Yeah, when that shit starts
That's
growing on your house and on the brickwork, it fucking destroys it.
I'll post it in the
Yeah, my buddy had poison ivy on his tree like you in his yard. I don't even know if he ever killed it. He had a hell of a time to kill it for a long time, so he couldn't kill it.
How do you kill it?
Doing all kind of. I don't know what he was doing. He was trying that kind of shit, bleach and everything. Weed
Oh.
killers, bleach. He said the fucker went and died.
Just
I
you
just
worry about you kill everything else when you kill it. Diesel's the best thing to fucking kill shit.
Yeah, just pour some gas on it. I did my grandma's old trick because I thought that it might have touched my leg, and so I just got hydrogen peroxide, fucking
Running around looking for a dock leaf.
bathed in that shit. My grandma swears by hydrogen peroxide. It's like magic. She's like, you feel sick? Gargle some hydrogen peroxide. Like, oh, you're not feeling good? You soak your socks in hydrogen peroxide, put them on, go to sleep. Like, your body absorbs the extra oxygen that's in that hydrogen peroxide and just fucking cures everything. She's 89, so. And she's not just 89 and like sitting in a chair all day. She's 89. She's out here like fucking still farming and shit. Yeah.
Nice.
And she eats sour cream like it's gonna run out. So people say that shit's bad for you, but she fucking loves that. Go in her fridge and you've got like, you know, those like fucking half-gallon things of sour cream, but they're all filled with different shit because she doesn't throw them away either. Oh, it's like free Tupperware.
Yeah, my buddy's father is, I think he's 80 now. He lived on a bar stool his whole life. His whole fucking life he was on a bar stool. He's still kicking, like still walking around, doing good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you don't fucking know. A lot of it's genetics too. I'm sure if he didn't live in a bar, he'd do better. Even so.
Well, it's like, I mean, like my father-in-law, he's 63, and we ride dirt bikes like every weekend, and he better than me. And like most, like, I mean, I see other 63-year-olds are fucking barely get in their car. I caught some air this weekend. Scared the shit out of me.
What
Because like
kind of
normal,
bike you have?
How much air did you catch?
I was riding that KTM this weekend, this KTM 300
Oh,
two-stroke. It's a fucking beast. But like
oh,
we normally
super
ride up this
fast.
trail, and on this trail, like we know that there's a tree that goes across. It's a live tree. It's growing across the path, and so you got to kind of pop your front wheel up before you go over it to get over it, and or else you might just fucking you might just bury yourself over the handlebars. But somebody's been riding up there, and they put a rock in front of it, like a big like stone rock, and so you just pop. You don't even need to pop the front. Just hit this rock and pops you right over. Well, I was already expecting to have to lift, and so I got some speed coming in this turn, came out of the turn, saw the rock, so I was like, oh, wham, and just fucking hit this rock. I was like, whoosh, like up into the air, and I was like, ah, fucking scared. Landed, fucking, stopped. It's like, all right, that's enough of that.
Collect yourself.
Because where you're riding, like, I mean, the forest is pretty dense too. So like, if you fuck up, like, you're probably running into a tree, and there's a bunch of like coal pits over there too. So like, you fucking dump your bike into a coal pit, you're gonna have to get a goddamn winch to get it out.
Yeah.
Sounds like some good character building.
Oh, it's such a workout. Like, I mean, it's right on par like with jujitsu. Like, it's just as tiring. And like your forearms are just smoked after, especially because up here we got a lot of loose rocks and stuff. And so like you're riding and like you've got to you got to squeeze the bike like with your legs, and you're like holding on to the handlebars because you get a lot of sliding going on. And for me, it's such a different feeling because I'm used to riding a Harley, and like on a Harley, like you don't get that thing's so heavy and sits basically on the ground. Like if you run over a rock, you probably dump that bike. That thing needs to stay like flat, whereas a dirt bike, it's just like that back wheel can just kind of go wherever, and you just keep steering and stay on the gas, and you're fine. Pick up Curtis.
We've been in this like 10-point range for what, an hour and a half, 90 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seller at 40 just keeps reoffering, and then it comes back down. Oh, your flip's over there.
The only real volume spot is right there at 35.
All right, I'll be back.
Right here.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be a breakout trader in this market.
Not today.
No. Maybe they're waiting on Powell for Friday already. They're already slowing it down.
Building it all up in the middle.
Yeah, I don't see what
Yeah, there's not a lot to see, is there?
No.
Just stuck bang in the middle of this 7-day range.
think the craziest bit is that the volume is actually, for last period, was 12% higher than it was Friday. I'm sorry, the volume is 12% higher than it was yesterday. Which I thought yesterday was a decent amount of volume.
What are you looking at by the period, by the A, B, C, D periods like that?
Yeah.
Power period? Yeah.
But I wouldn't have expected that considering the fact that it hasn't really, I mean, it hasn't moved a whole
We
lot.
got A period was 170,000, then 136,000 for B, 105,000. So only 53,000 on our last period.
Oh, I'm looking at the Jim Dalton. Oh, I'm looking at the NYSE, not ES. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm looking at NYSE. I just need to change that.
I mean, it still could be higher than yesterday. I don't know what. I'd have to go back to yesterday. Let's see, A, B, C, D, E. See what E period was yesterday. $60,000. So we're just about a little bit less than yesterday, almost. Or no?
So he only has the NYSE on Jim Dalton. It's a link that Brad posted a long time ago. That's kind of what I used as my gauge, but right, that is the NYSE. That's not ES.
And what's it saying? We're doing better.
We have more volume than yesterday.
Yeah. It's real close. Mine says it's a little bit lower volume.
It says that this one says that it's about 12% up from volume from yesterday.
I wonder why that is. The NYSE. So he's looking at the New York Stock Exchange on like a half-hour period, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, here, I'll post a link. I'll post it in chat.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I wonder why they would look at that rather than just look at the ES log. Maybe that's what he trades. Maybe he doesn't trade these.
I don't know.
I think he only trades CS.
Oh, maybe he has a reason. I don't know.
I think he's just looking at overall volume, just to sort of get an idea of where things are at. Sorry, Steve, didn't mean to interrupt.
I was just confirming what you were saying.
Yeah, I'll copy that link to it.
Yeah, Brad posted it a long time ago, and that's kind of what I use as a gauge to determine whether or not the market is got more players in it or if it's just, behind. So far, it has done a pretty decent job of letting me know where it's at or what's going on.
Yeah, I would just be curious why he's using. Brad will probably know why he's using.
Oh, I'm sure Brad will know. You're right.
Yeah, why aren't you using the actual vehicle you're creating?
The reason he uses the NYSE volume is because the volume in the futures market, he believes there's too much complications with hedging flows and stuff like that now.
Oh,
so he doesn't
that
believe
would
it's a
make
true
sense.
represent. So the NYSE, in his opinion, is the best gauge we've got on volume. True volume, for actual true
actual trades.
Yeah,
market activity.
Yeah, actual trades and not hedging. Yeah.
Yeah.
fucking Nvidia's on a tear. Holy shit.
As soon as it comes up here, it just looks like the sellers just step back in every time.
Then he just sells it down at the 40.
Yeah, just above the 40, they start getting short, and it just comes back down. And we've come untested up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. This is a 5th attempt.
I'm back. I got kicked out.
Kicked out of Discord?
Yeah, I was trying to copy your link, but I was copying it on my computer and it kicked me out. I guess I can't be in both of them at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's
Tablet. It was on a tablet, and then I tried to do it on my PC just to copy
one.
the link.
Yeah, one Discord account. I actually created a second Discord account for my other computer so that
Oh
I can
yeah,
log in on that one as well. I mean, I don't do it often, but it's just
yeah.
easier. first time we've opened up near the 40 level other than the A period. Maybe it's done with the downside.
Yeah, it looks like it's trying to go higher, but I don't have much faith in it. Not enough faith to put any money in.
It's like 36, 37 errors, just like glue. Just fucking.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the day before, the day before that, the day before that. It's like the POC.
How's the weather where you are, Tommy? Gloomy?
It's actually
Cloudy?
getting a little bit better. It's getting a little bit better now. It's a bit more, feels a bit more like spring. But
Yeah.
what we get sun normally in the morning, and then you think, oh, it looks like a nice day, and then by like 1 o'clock, it's fucking grey and raining again. Yeah, one of those ones you go out in shorts, and then it's raining by lunchtime. Need a
How are your
jumper.
summers there? Warm?
They're hit and miss. They're hit and miss. That we generally get, I don't know, I'd say like a run of 3 or 4 weeks where it's really hot and then kind of dies off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's hard to plan to come to the UK and know when you're gonna have good weather, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it sounds terrible. I'm not coming.
I didn't know Americans left America anyway.
I don't. Well, yeah, I do. Only for beaches I'll leave, but not for fucking city. Like the UK is not a place I think of going unless I was forced.
Yeah, unless you had a business trip in London.
I'll leave the
No,
country for like the beach, island, go to an island.
I think you'd make the trip if Elton wanted to do lunch.
Yeah, right. My nephew was laughing because I was talking, and I was dead serious. I was saying like I wouldn't even leave my house if somebody was out my street. Like it could be the big, like even like Tom Brady. If Tom Brady was out my street, I couldn't even go outside. Like why would I even go out there? You know what I mean? And I'm serious. They're laughing. They think that's crazy. But I don't know. Never mind slice them where to see
It's 63 here right now in your temperature.
somebody. Oh yeah,
It's like average, you know. It's not cold, but there's no
yeah,
sun, so it's kind of like just it's warm, but no sun.
yeah. Is it muggy, humid, or?
Not too bad. We don't really get bad humidity here in the UK, to be fair.
That's not
And we ain't got no weird shit like you guys. We ain't got no funny snakes. No fucking tarantulas and none of that shit.
Well, you're right in the city, right?
Yeah. But even you don't find any of that stuff anywhere really in the UK. You might find like a little fucking grass snake or something, but
Yeah.
yeah, like when I was in Australia, mate, I was checking under the fucking toilet bowl every time I sat down.
Yeah, they got a lot of.
I did a trip to the Cape, right at the top of Australia, probably 12 years ago, and I was went into this toilet and I sat down and I'm sitting there. I look up and there's this fucking snake.
Yeah,
right above me.
That. That was the quickest shit you ever done.
Yeah. Luckily, it was a harmless one, but still. Just about everything can fucking kill you.
I think when you're taking a shit, everything is dangerous, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a program in the UK which shows like crazy things that happen in Australia, you know, like when animals get into people's houses and stuff, and some of the things, man, not for me. Like calling a guy in because you got some crazy big snake fucking in your garage or something. That's not for me.
Oh yeah, my parents like the summer just gone. They had brown snakes in their yard all the time, and they're like one bite of them, and if you're not at hospital, sort of within 45 minutes, you're pretty much done.
Yeah. Fuck.
This
Oh
one,
yeah,
their
with the
neighbour
brown.
moved up from Melbourne, and they didn't have, you know, in the city there, they didn't really have brown snakes, but you know, he's like, these snakes, are they here all the time? And I'm dad like, yeah, you got to get used to these. And
Yeah, part and parcel of life.
yeah, she wasn't too happy about it. She moved all the way from Melbourne just to. She felt like she was trapped in a house because every time she went outside, there was brown snakes.
She thought she was gonna die. Yeah, you got all kinds of stuff over there, right? That can kill you.
Yeah, in Australia, yeah, or even the U. I guess the U.S. has stuff too, but Australia's bad, right?
Yeah, I guess in the US, because you got so many different spots, it's like there's more. It's more like different animals, different things in different areas.
Yeah, definitely.
Same as
And
there, but even in like the safe areas, they've got fucking shit you wouldn't want to see.
I'll tell you, probably one of the I'm most afraid of is a little tiny tick is what scares the shit out of me.
Oh, what, sorry, mate?
I'd rather get attacked by a fucking bear than bit by a tick. Because they give you Lyme disease. You know what I mean? I don't.
What disease did I give you?
Lyme disease.
Lyme disease. Well, and what's bad about it is like you could get like a tick. They dig themselves into your skin.
Yeah.
And if you don't, the thing is, if you get Lyme disease, it's not a big deal. You can, but you don't know. It's way too late. And then it's already in your brain. It could be in your brain. It's fucking bad. It could get real bad. and you never know it. You know what I mean? It's hard to diagnose.
Yeah, I didn't even know about this. I'm just looking at it now.
It's super common in ticks. I had to dig about. I probably dug about 8 or 10 ticks out of me so far, and so far, knock on wood, it's good.
What, you can
Again,
just see them under your skin and you just have to kind of get them out?
yeah, they say to pull them out. I never ever can pull one out. I'll leave the head, and I have to get a razor, and you dig them out. I just dig the whole head and everything. They say to pull them out, but I don't pull them out.
I've heard the easiest way to do it is to put like chapstick over the top of them.
Yeah, I heard that
Then
too.
Then they can't breathe.
I heard
And
that
then you
too.
wait.
That's the next one.
Wait like 10 minutes, and then you use a pair of pliers and just pop them off.
Yeah, I've heard they'll back themselves out even because they can't breathe. I never tried it. The next one I'm gonna try it.
When I was a kid, one of the Boy Scouts, we were on a Boy Scout hike, and one of the kids got a tick, and a guy did that, and he put it on there. He had it on. He was like on his leg or something, and he put chapstick over it, and a few minutes later, he just literally reached up, grabbed the tick, and pulled it out. And it wasn't, and you could tell it was only the red spot from the bite, and that was it. There was no head in there. There was no nothing.
But he got that tick on the trip you were on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, sometimes if you wait like 3-4 days, they really get in.
Oh yeah,
that's what happened to me a couple times.
Well, and they lay eggs eventually.
Do they? Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd
yeah.
rather.
Yeah, you
I'd
can
rather
get
go
that. You can
cold.
get that here as well. I just searched it.
You get a what?
I'm staying out of the woods, mate.
You just wear, if you wear long pants and long sleeve shirts, it's not a big deal. I've never had a tick. And I'm not saying I go hiking all the time, but I mean I was a Boy Scout, so I was out there a lot. But I always wear, I'm naturally cold, so I always wear long sleeves and long pants.
I get them in my backyard.
Yeah, I don't get those.
I get them in the woods too. Yeah, they're bad in the Northeast. They're real bad. The rabbits have them. Everybody. Trying to hold that 40 still.
It blows me away that it hasn't popped it yet. I mean, 41 quarter is where it got to.
Yeah, we just keep testing up into where we
3.5.
We had that like the original liquidation from this morning, like between the 42 to the 40. It was on the open and just before, oh no, on the market open. We obviously had that big drive up. Probably quite a lot of people got long in there, and then we had a sharp liquidation. So every time we're coming back up into this like 41, 40, 42, probably people just covering. Right, I'll be back. I can't watch this. It's making me feel like I need to do something.
Me too.
I'll grab a drink. I'll be back in a bit.
Sitting on my hands.
Yesterday I went through and figured out how to structure the symbols for options for the ES. Because at some point I'm gonna add them to the bot. Oh my gosh, it is like fucking crazy. Like there's a different option for the dailies. The symbol is different. And it uses A, B, C, D for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. The Friday options are called weeklies, which is a whole different structure. And then the end of the month option is a different structure, no matter where it falls. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, doesn't matter. It is a different structure than all the rest. So it's kind of a pain in the ass to actually create all of the stuff for all the different options for the different days. It's a crazy pain in the ass. But at least I figured it out. Was worried that I wouldn't.
Oh, what's that? To run the bot on ES?
What I'll do is I'll set it up so it'll start capturing all the data. So it'll do the data capture for the ES, and then I'll set it up to run for however long, and then start to look at the data and start to qualify. Once I have the raw data, then it's easier to have it go back and start creating back testing.
Yeah.
Because when you start with something, and the ES is going to be a bitch. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. I mean, that whole structure is just painful. But I mean, whatever. Once I have the data, then I'll feel better about it. I just have to ignore the symbol name because, of course, I need it to be structured my own way so that I can know what it is and store it off that way. Because my code is set up to handle it in a certain way, and the way that the ES does it is not something that. I mean, my code is set up to like. So, like, if you look at like any ticker, I mean, if you look at AMD, ticker for the option is AMD underscore and then the date, and then it's a C or a P, whether it's a call or a put, and then the strike price. That's it. I mean, it's fucking straight simple for every single day. That's and my code is set up to deal with that. But like for the freaking ES, it's like it's slash it's a forward slash E, and then it depends on whether it's a weekly or a daily, and then there's a another factor in there of whether or not it's the monthly, and then you have the date, and then you have the C or P, and then the strike price. But it's like
Yeah.
it's different. It's different every day. And that, of course, would be the other thing is that all of my normal stocks, I do it based on the weeklies. I mean, I guess I could do the weeklies on the ES as well. I mean, maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea. And it would just be, I would only deal with the weekly structure. Might not be bad. But anyway, then the symbol changes every time too. The ES, we're what, ESM23? That's the one we're trading right now? Yeah.
What if
ESM23.
can you set it up to just trade micros?
Oh
Is there
yeah,
an
I mean,
advantage
I could set it up to do whatever. I could set it up to do
Is
whatever.
there an
I just
advantage to the? Is there an advantage to the?
I probably
Ah,
wouldn't have it trade the ES anyway. I mean, I could do either one. There's no reason why
yeah.
I couldn't do the MES. In fact, that actually adds a question to me. I need to find that out. The MES. It's a little bit different, but similar.
Well, maybe have it run the data on the ES, but just purchase the MES, just kind of like how we trade. I wouldn't use that.
Well, I probably wouldn't have it trade the either one. But what it'll
You just want
do is by having the account data, it'll let me know how to play the Apex account.
Oh, okay.
Because it'll give me count information based on how it's performing.
Yeah, so it'd be like an indicator for you to trade it.
Yeah. It would be an indicator.
Yeah,
for me.
that's good. Yeah.
I would watch it for a while and see how valid it is.
Oh yeah.
AMD is back to, or well, the AMD data or the AMD bot is back to kind of killing it. I mean, it's 2 days in a row. It's on 4-digit return. So it's getting back there. And today was supposed to, or would have been a double contract PDCC day. So if I had done that, I mean, yeah, this thing would be, or it would have made a lot of money today. I backed it off a little bit because it was losing. It had its first loss, but you know, what goes up must come down. So evidently it could figure it out, and now it's back on track.
Yeah, I don't know if this week's gonna get much better for trading either. Looking at the news and the volume, Friday maybe, but I mean up until Friday, I don't know. Doesn't look good. Tomorrow don't have. Tomorrow's got really nothing.
Tomorrow's what? I'm sorry.
Tomorrow doesn't have anything. I thought we had more speakers tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Friday is the where it's gonna make the big difference, right?
Well, no, wait. We got what's the 18th? Is that Thursday's got a lot of speakers? Not a lot, but I mean.
18th is Friday, I thought.
Yeah.
Oh no,
No.
Thursday.
Yeah. You got speakers. You got some news. We got speakers, which could be good for volatility. But I'm just going by what today dropped. Today didn't bring shit. You know, you might just be waiting for Friday.
Yo, you want to answer Sam, or do you want to just split this room? I don't mind. Oh shit.
What's going on?
Surprise, surprise. They're in the same spot.
Time to grow up, boys. And girls. I don't know who else listening.
Yeah, I thought we was
all
going
we
to go
know,
the last like 15 times.
for all we know, it's trying. There's somebody just toying with somebody and just waiting to drop the hammer.
The volume's so light, man. It's fucking so slow. When's the news? Did you say, Roach? Was it Friday?
Yeah, there's news on Thursday, and then Friday is the big news, I guess. Powell conference. I don't see much for tomorrow.
Yeah, this looks like one of the ranges when I was on holiday that you guys was talking about.
Yeah, let's see. Tomorrow is not much at all. And then Friday. Friday, I got to pour concrete. I don't even know if I'll be here. Powell speaks at 11. Could you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
The last bot finally would have just closed just now.
Sorry, man. The market's just lulling me to sleep.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah. I can hear you.
All right.
Seems like a good day not to trade anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade this yet. I mean, I guess you could scalp the tops and bottoms, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even want to. I've not took a trade for ages since this morning.
Yeah, me either. Might get some movement in the afternoon.
Yeah, well, it seems a little too mechanical. I mean, you got the B at the A half back, the C's at the B high, the E's at the F high. It's all like not very good structure.
Yeah.
NQ's giving it a go.
What, huh?
The NQ's giving it a go, trying to move up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, coming into this little period now, Roach, it's only going to get a bit more quiet, right? Like 12:30.
I mean, anything could happen. Who knows? You might get a lunchtime,
Just
explosion.
there's
But
so much
I mean,
traded in this area.
yeah, normally though, yeah, I mean, lunchtime's usually slow, but I remember periods where lunchtime was the hot time to trade, and then you know what I mean, and then it goes away. Like you said, if they trap enough people in this zone when it breaks, it could go. Doesn't seem like it wants to go anywhere.
It's like every time when I'm looking over, I think, yeah, that looks like it's gonna go now, and then it's just like the next 1 minute just takes fucking 2-3 bars back.
Sometimes the same thing they see, and it's gonna go, it's gonna go. They start buying it, and it doesn't go, and then it
Closing out.
comes back up. They start buying it. Same thing,
But
Yeah, if you was playing the rotations back to the PLC, you'd be having a good day. But I mean, it's just not much in it, is there? When you're even if you're pulling up near this value area high, to fade it back to the mean, it's like 3 points.
Yeah.
So your risk to reward, you're gonna have to. It's probably gonna be like what 1-1 or something.
Thing of it is that if you recognize it early, and you trade the tops and bottoms, and you know you're going to top potential, it's okay. But if you start seeing it now, it's way too late. In my opinion, it's too late because
Yeah, that's the same. I think the same as well. You think, oh no, it's done it too many times now.
Yeah. But who
It's
knows?
the same as when you're fucking blasting up and it's going up high, and you think, oh, I want to get in, but you think, oh, it's gone a little bit too far for me to want to get in now.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, I want stepping up. It's like one market's moving at a time. Like the Dow goes up, the ES is coming down, the NQs is going up. You know what I mean? They're never moving the same. Maybe now.
Yeah, it looks like they're both trying to break higher now, but I don't know. I've got to prove it first.
Yeah, the Dow's definitely going.
still hasn't.
There we go.
There goes the Nasdaq. Yeah, there it is. There you go. You got them. What's the matter, Steve? Did you take it or you
I
didn't
got
take
long the 37.5, and it got up a few points, and I got a little nervous, so I moved my stop to break even. And guess where it came down to? And took me out 37.5.
It's like that kind of day. It feels like that kind of day.
It's also very short too, so like, well, I mean, it's just not moving a lot, so it's kind of hard to manage a trade and keep your risk in tight.
Yeah, that's the main issue. And then like we're still just trading inside the initial balance of A and B period, so.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to just take small profits and be happy.
I hate these days. I get so impatient these days. So I gotta trade with my sim today because I know I'm finna lose some points.
See, that's the thing. It pops up there, and you think, all right, they've popped the tops now. Maybe we're gonna get a little bit of a move, and that would have been like the perfect kind of short.
Yeah, the worst part is
Come
that
back
they
to
got
me.
stopped at the previous day open. Like they didn't get accepted into the previous day. And that was previous day open. So are we even still in the previous day value area?
Yeah, we're in the video from yesterday. Yeah,
Yeah, but we're not
we're
getting
at the
accepted.
PLC. We're at the PLC. Now.
Okay.
I'm so mad at myself.
It happens, bro.
I think that's what it makes you do, doesn't it? It makes you micromanage your position so much because the range is so small that you
Yeah,
end up.
because the range is so small. Yeah. That happens to me all the time too when I get on a trade and it's just a short, small day. I try to manage the trade throughout it, but I always end up getting stopped out. Like, I mean, of course, I'm putting it in profit, but I mean, even break even or like a point in profit and always comes and takes me out.
Yeah, a lot of scratches.
Yeah, I
Right,
would
everyone
never
catches
feel.
tomorrow. Gonna call it a day.
Take it easy, mate.
Hey, John.
Hey, you have a
Hey,
great one,
John.
boss.
Go have a Foster's.
They don't even drink that shit.
No,
That's funny.
that's what you remind me of that commercial.
Yeah, when
That's
I went there,
beer.
I was looking for the Fosters. They don't even do it.
Now that's a nice. Yeah, don't I would never feel bad about a scratch. Nothing wrong with scratches.
No, I don't. That one's going in the journal as a good trade with a
Yeah.
note to be a little more patient.
Yeah, Foster's was made by two American people, Roach.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, who moved to Australia and then fucking ran it around the world like it was an Australian beer, but in Australia they don't even really know what it is.
Yo,
Oh
my
really?
friend trying to go to Australia this year. I heard it's super cool out there.
They were good
Yeah.
marketers.
Yeah, good marketing, yeah.
All right, bet.
The adverts are good though. Their adverts are good.
Australia's supposed to be nice. I heard. I was never there. New Zealand too is supposed to be.
Yeah, New Zealand's beautiful. You can just drive around in New Zealand and it's just like constantly like a postcard picture everywhere you look.
Yeah, like a rainforest, right? Kinda.
Yeah, you get
Jungle.
it's crazy, yeah, all kinds of stuff. I mean, they get all like hot springs just on the sides of the road, you know, you just see a random hot spring.
Yeah. Kangaroo.
I don't know
Yo,
if they have them
kangaroo.
in New Zealand.
Nah, they don't go. I was gonna say I don't know.
It's crazy. In Australia, they eat kangaroo.
Do they eat it? Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a super lean meat. Get it on the barbie, mate.
Honestly, I'm missing out on trades right now.
Dropped it there. Dropped 4 ticks. It was like a crash.
What are you talking about? God damn.
Yeah, the market's crashing, Roach.
Looks like it might have been a fake out to the upside.
Yeah, there can't be much real strength on either side, can there, if we're still stuck in the initial balance?
Yeah, and the volume's so low they can't be trapped. There must not just not enough guys trapped in there to run them out for now anyway. See, I could sit here and not trade. I could sit here for hours. It doesn't bother me. That's one good thing. I have bad faults, but one good fault or one good thing. I could just sit and watch, not trade. I don't have an issue.
Have you traded at all today?
Oh yeah, earlier, yeah.
Are
I'm
you,
actually
are
I'm down.
you up or down?
I'm down 2 ticks. So that even makes it harder to sit here.
Yeah,
Usually,
that's why I asked. That's why I asked.
yeah, but no, fuck it for the 2 tick. I'm not. I could pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, I took a scratch and a 2 tick loss, so I'm down 2 ticks and a little, not much commission.
Should take. Okay.
Where's Brad at?
He had to go get his boy.
Ah, okay.
So if the
Have you got a footprint up, Rog?
Yeah.
Like just you see in this bar that we just printed, like just the volume in it. It's just so weak.
Oh yeah.
Like double digits on both sides.
What are you? What time frame are you looking at?
Just on the 2000 trade.
2,000 trades. Okay.
Or 20? Is it 20?
The 20,000 trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm guessing you'll be able to see it on most of them, like from the 38 up to around the 40.
Yep. Yeah, it's mostly all sellers, really. On mine.
Yeah, it's the same for me.
Yeah.
And do you use imbalances on your footprint?
Yeah. They're yeah, they show up. Yeah. I don't really use them. You know what I mean? And then when I sent you, I think it'll show up as an, like it'll show blue or green on the imbalance side. If there's like if there's 300 by 10, you know what I mean?
Yeah, times. Yeah, got you.
You follow what I'm saying? Yeah, they show up. I mean, you could see them without showing color anyway. Really. Just thin spots, basically.
Straight back through it.
Yeah. Watch that 40. There was a lot of buyers on 40. They might still be stuck there.
Straight back down to 36 again, and when we bounce from that 36 again.
Yeah, back to 40.
Interesting how many of the ticks have been below 0.
Yeah, a lot of them.
So it's just been like constantly. I mean, it was only that one run up where it did the. I guess that was the top of G. Where it ran up, and then that was it. All the rest of it has been down.
Yeah, you could have literally bought and sold the 600 on the tick all day.
Yep.
If it hit up to the 600 high, you could have got short. If it fell below the 600, you could have got long. Actually works like every single time.
Wow, this is taking too long.
You gonna trade, Kev?
If I can find my Discord.
You're talking to us. You're on Discord.
Oh, I guess it is on. Yeah, I'm gonna trade, and but I just got screwed on it. I just got screwed on it, and so I'm going back and forth with the support that it's fucking bullshit. So I got way upside down on this trade because like an idiot I was trading during the fucking whatever speaker was, and although I was way up, all of a sudden I was instantly way down. I was like, all right, whatever, it's going back up. So I wait fucking for like an hour for this thing to finally, I'm sweating balls as this thing finally gets back into profit. And so it's up about $250 in profit, and I close it at my entry was at 86.25. I closed it at 86.75, and it closed it at my stop loss price, which was 86.50. So even to this, and this is about 20 minutes ago, but right when I closed the trade, the price went up. So even to this time right now, it still has not gone down to 86.50 yet. So it's not supposed to sell it at your stop loss price when you market close, and so I only got $50 in profit instead of $250 in profit.
Oh, you mean you closed out the position, but instead of it giving you the profit for the position, it broke you even instead?
It sold it at my stop loss price.
All right, got you.
Which was just barely into profit. Like I'd moved my stop loss into profit, and so I only made $50 on it instead of the $250. And so I email, I chat the support, and they come back and they said, I said, yeah, blah blah. I was at 86, and actually the price was kind of going up, so the price might have even been higher than where I closed it at. And I said, and the market was going up when it closed, so it probably would be 0.87. I mean, it should be, oh, not point, I put that wrong, but it should be 87.80 or 87.81 or whatever. And then they got back at me and said, you have closed it at the price, however, or it says you have closed it at that price, however, your $28,421 contract was filled at market order, which means they were closed at the best available price at the moment. That made your close average of 0.7747. Like, what? That's like a dime different. Like, what are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, that's the price. I'm like, no, dude, that's what? And that makes no sense. Oh, it's pissing me off. So now they're going to escalate this problem to their team. And then they sent me an email just now. It's like, oh, check your email. The team already sent you something. And the email says, thank you for reaching out to Phoenix support team. We have reported your case to a specialized department, and thank you for your patience. We will contact you soon. Have a great day. Really, that's it? Oh, fuck. I'm going to get screwed on that.
Hey, my boy, namaste. It's time to breathe. Sounds like they got you up here heated. Like you ready about to go
No,
shoot him up or some
no,
shit.
no. I'm not that easy.
That just
I'm
sounds
not.
like the world of crypto to me.
Yeah, well, it's just. I mean, it's
Them,
$200.
them
I mean, shit.
exchanges are always fucking shafting you.
Well,
Wait,
it
are you
sucks
talking
because
about
I was
selling crypto on exchanges?
do what?
He's
Are you
trading.
talking?
He's just trading crypto.
Okay, well, if you ever want to sell a big bag of crypto, let your boy know, and I got you cash in hand.
Okay.
Like for real.
Can I set my own price or how does that work?
No, you can set your own price. Just make it big, like 10,000 and above, if you want to sell.
Okay. What do you want to buy? I got some
Bitcoin or
Bitcoin. I
Ethereum.
got some ETH. I got some
I'm for real.
Rhino. I
Like
got
I'm
some
being for real. I
stuff
just
there.
I just bought a Bitcoin the other day for. I'm like the middleman to these people that I know in Costa Rica. If you truly are serious, I can get you cash in hand, no taxes, complete
Get
cash
what?
in hand.
Get what cash in hand? What are you talking about?
Like if you
Give me.
sold me a Bitcoin, I'd give you exactly what the Bitcoin price is in cash.
How would that benefit me?
Because you don't
You
have to
have
pay
cash.
taxes nor go through an exchange.
Oh, well, I don't pay taxes, but yeah, no, I guess the exchange
Wait, you
cost
don't pay
that's
taxes like on crypto? Where do you live?
in the U.S.
Well, yeah, if you cash that bitch out and send it to your motherfucking bank account, they gonna tax your ass.
Well, that's why you run it through other things, and you don't do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you got me. So if you ever need cash in hand, let me know.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I know I've been trying to find more people. I need to look for more sales and shit like that. So if you do know the people who are trying to sell Bitcoin and want cash in hand, like for right now, Bitcoin, fucking, what is that right now, cousin? It's like at 26 or whatever. Man, 27. Boo. I want this bitch at 30. But anyways, like if you knew someone that wanted to sell Bitcoin right now, I'd bring $27,000 cash in hand. But you have to meet me in LA.
Well, can't you just send me crypto? Oh wait, we're doing crypto. That's
No,
right.
because I'm buying the crypto off of you.
I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, no. Yeah, the tax thing is going to be kind of a bitch on some stuff, but I'm just lucky I got a lot of fucking write-offs and stuff.
No, yeah, that's
Nobody
good.
knows
Yeah, that's
what's
true.
with me.
But if you ever want cash in hand, let me know.
But where are you at? You're in Costa Rica?
No, I'm in the US. I know people in Costa Rica, like my best friend and all that.
Well,
But
you're in Phoenix, right? Aren't you in Prescott or something?
yeah, I'm in Phoenix. So whenever I go do these deals, like in LA, I fly out to LA and then I meet with the person. Where I get the things, get everything set up for them, and then I go link up. I'm like, yo, send me a Bitcoin to this wallet address, and here's your cash. And bing, bong, boom.
Nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
I got back in, but didn't have nearly good of an entry.
Man, what a fucking. Yeah, I am kind of irritated. I mean, shit. The last 2 hours, I've been sweating balls being upside down this fucking trade, and I finally get above and I get fucking ganked on it.
It's the market. The
I
market's fucking with you, bro.
I hate crypto exchanges.
Yeah,
Well,
me
actually,
too.
Phoenix. You know what? Phoenix isn't terrible. They don't have a lot of liquidity, so you can't do big trades on there. But they do have actual customer. One of the reasons I use them is they actually have a real live customer support that actually talks to you. Which I don't know if they're gonna. They only right now that difference right now. They only $200. So hopefully they. I mean, but they did actually.
That'll be like getting blood out of a stone, mate.
Do what?
It'll be like getting blood out of a stone, getting money out of a
Well,
crypto
no, I was gonna say
exchange.
they actually gave me $100 credit. I can't remember what the deal was, but I did get $100. But I had a million problems with Bybit, and they never one time. I would send them screenshots and videos of exactly what happened. I had this one trade that I could not close for anything. I restarted my computer. I did, and it would not close.
And then
Market
liquidated
closed,
your
limit
account.
closed. No, but I lost I was up $1,300, and by the time I finally got it closed, I was down 300. So it was a
Damn,
$1,600
cuz.
loss. Yeah, and I video record the whole thing and sent it to him, like me trying to, and I was on with support the whole time saying, and they kept saying, well, we'll get back with you. Like, no, I'm in the trade right now. I need to get this trade. Well, we'll have the team get with you later. No, not later. I'm like, and this shit's like dropping like a rock as I'm trying to like sweat balls trying to close it and do all different shit and I logged on with another computer and like did everything I possibly could to do when I'm with my phone. Actually, you know what? It was the phone that I think what finally was is I re-downloaded the app, and then that was how I finally got that fucking thing to close. But Yeah, but that was like 10 minutes later, and 10 minutes is a long time when shit's dropping like a rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like shit. And then they wouldn't pay me a penny. Nothing. No, sorry.
What
They
the
said it was
fuck?
my server's fault. Like my server. Like I don't have a server. Like like what are you
Well, I'm
talking
connected
about?
to your server.
Exactly. I'm like, it's your server's issue. Yeah. Oh, and yeah.
I'd have
Fucking
been
crazy.
Sounds like you've had a little bit of ups and downs with a couple exchanges here and there, huh?
Oh yeah, KuCoin owes me 18 grand.
That's why I don't fuck with it. KuCoin. That's a fucking US based. Anything that's
Dude,
US based
KuCoin,
exchange, I do not touch. I finna have like I got exchanges
you
like
have
out in fucking Tokyo that hold my motherfucking
the way
crypto.
KuCoin works is you have to borrow money to trade on there. The way things set up, and they said I borrowed 18 grand worth of 18 grand worth of Luna. It was before Luna had crashed, and I didn't, and I had all the proof. Like here's a screenshot of my, because if I borrowed it, I would have it. You can't put it in your pocket. You either have to withdraw it or trade it. Like it doesn't, you know what I mean? And if I borrowed it, I would have it. And I'm showing it like here's my screens. I haven't withdrawn anything. I haven't done any trades. Like I don't have this fucking money, and yeah, yeah. And I traded for almost a year trying to get money back from nothing. Blew them up on Facebook and Twitter and nothing. Could not get those guys to fucking. They kept sending me emails. We'll look into it. We'll look into it.
They're using that money now on a jet ski.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
they're still around. The other problem with KuCoin is if it's super busy, like there's some thing going on where the markets are moving and there's a ton of volume, you can't log on to that shit. Like it won't let you log on, and it's happened to me
Yeah,
a couple times.
KuCoin is bum. Like that
Yeah.
like KuCoin is like one of the worst like, fucking exchanges I've seen. I'm not gonna lie. Probably crypto.com right after. Like
Yeah.
half of these crypto exchanges, like half of them I do not believe in. I need to know who's behind it. And first of all, I need to know if they're even fucking crypto friendly. I need to know if they created a token before. What happened to that token? Did that fucking token just hyperventilate, fucking crash, and motherfuckers became millionaires to be able to like there's a lot of shit like
The
behind
problem is being
exchanges,
in the U.S.
especially the first thing that you gotta trust.
There's not that many exchanges you can use being in the U.S. It kind of sucks.
Uh, that's why. Well, I mean, in the U.S., the only thing that makes it different in the U.S. is that yeah, you can buy crypto, but if you cash, it's only if you cash out. If you cash out, that's when they'll tax you for capital gain. If you cash out with profit, so what you do is you just buy your fucking crypto. You just need to get yourself either a ledger or like, for example, MetaMask. MetaMask is like a digital ledger. Long story short, like it's
It's a wallet.
MetaMask, yeah, I hold most of my shit in MetaMask. Like, don't get me wrong, if you do go around on your computer and you're fucking clicking on some links, you better be real careful because MetaMask is very easy to get into through links. That's how I got my Gucci NFT hacked. But I don't message the emails or like answer the emails, click on links or nothing like that. So I keep everything in my MetaMask because that's technically like a digital ledger if you think about it.
Well, an actual ledger's better. I mean, hardware wallet's the best way to go, but
Yeah,
MetaMask
hardware
is
wallet, yeah.
secure. I haven't had any issues with MetaMask, but
Well, MetaMask is like
in
let's say
fact, they
like
have
you
me
say
just
a ledger. It's like a ledger that's already connected to. It's an extension already connected to the computer. That's a ledger. You just got to be very careful when it comes to coding in the internet because you click one thing and hacker whatever they can code that shit up to do things like for when I got my Gucci NFT hack. I was trying to mint this new NFT and I accidentally clicked on the wrong link to the website and when I was minting the NFT, I clicked that I mint it, and it never showed up to my wallet. And I went to my wallet, and my Gucci NFT was gone. Like literally within one click, seconds was gone.
that sucks.
So like that's what I try to say. Like MetaMask, I like using MetaMask, but you're definitely correct on having a ledger is better. But MetaMask is technically just a ledger extension on the computer.
Well, the problem with the ledger is you can't put that many coins on it.
Well, yeah, that's true.
It
MetaMask can
doesn't have
hold
a
as
bigger
much as it wants
selection.
to.
What, they're capped? The ledger's capped on how much you can put on it.
Well, it's capped on the number of coins, not the amount of coins.
Oh, okay.
The number of different
So
coins.
it depends how, if you've got like an altcoin, which is, right, different ones. I got you.
Yeah, and if it's like some weird one that's not on the major exchanges, it won't have it on there. It only has like they only have like maybe 100 different ones. So, but it's still good for the ones you can. It has all the main ones. But yeah, but crypto's gonna save the world, so
That's true. Hopefully, I live in the fucking world where cryptocurrency is accepted.
Yeah, but it does suck. It's just that fine line where you don't want there to be any legislation, but then you don't have the legislation. Look what happens. Everybody gets scammed and ripped off, and it's like
Well,
there's a lot of assholes out there. It's a lot of assholes out there. Yeah. Well, shit. Now I don't even want to trade anymore. Now I'm upset, and I don't want to trade no more. That's all right.
I don't think you're missing much.
Well, I mean, $300 is usually my goal anyway.
No. I mean, by not trading right now.
Yeah. Well, today's the first day that crypto's moved in a while. Like, it's been pretty. Last week or two, it's been pretty. Sideways action. But as more and more of these banks close down, it's gonna make crypto go up and up and up. Well, those 3 banks that they shut down were all crypto banks. That's the reason they shut them down. Trying to get their Fed token, what they called Fed something. I don't know, the new CBDC token. It's programmable. So you can only spend it on this, only spend it on that. It's gonna be shitty. And it's coming.
You still in your trade, Steve?
I took profit on part of it, but then it came back exactly to my stop again. I started chuckling to myself because it did it again. 38.50. Stop me out on my run.
Steve, come on, man. Come on, man.
Some of it, so I'm good. I'm up, but fucking hell.
Yeah, it's because it fucks with your mind. You think I've got to take profit early because it's not going to go.
Driving this market, dude. I swear.
Yo, Steve. Also, I'm not laughing because I'm making fun of you. I'm also laughing because like that's the type of shit I be doing all the motherfucking time.
I get it.
Like I'm in the same boat as you.
Bless you.
Thank you. Alright, this shit's moving too slow. I'm finna go hit the gym. I'll catch y'all like within an hour and a half. You guys have a good one.
Take it easy, mate. Have a good session.
Anyone in a trade?
Not right now.
Were you in a short before?
No.
You were in a long?
Yeah. Yeah, I was. I got long at 38.5. I took some profit and it came back down and stopped me out for break even.
Oh, got it. Yeah, the only trades I've taken today are in sim. I don't trust this thing for nothing. And I'm willing to chance my fictitious money, but
Yeah.
I'm up in sim though. I'm up almost 10 points, actually. All of my trades have been pretty solid. I'm up 11 points. I lost 3. I lost 3 points and I'm up 11. The goal is to keep playing, but on days like today, you don't, because I'm too busy. I have other things, and so I'll do trades in sim.
Yeah.
But at least that way I'm keeping it, and then I track it. Of course, I track all my trades, so that's the important part. I treat them like they were real trades. Eventually, I'll stop being a little pussy and actually take those trades in my real account. Came out, took or it popped up, took me out to the tick, and then proceeded to go back down.
Yeah, that's the story of my day.
Bargain bastards.
Fortunately, I
Well,
take
I
no
was
profits.
at least I was a point in
Boom.
profit. Yeah, 40. The level I keep getting in at is 40. 40. Yeah, 40 half. So I get in at 40 half when it comes up, then I wait for it to go down. But this time it actually is looking like it has more legs. I wish I had taken that in a real account. That's all right.
So, guys.
Hey, Brad. So
Like the market's right at the same spot when I left.
Let's track the action.
yeah, we figured you were going to come back and tell us to short 40.
I don't know if that's. Let's see here. Let me get caught up real quick.
Actually, 40 half. That's where I've been. All the trades that I've taken so far, I've just been shorting 40 half.
See, we got stuck shorts down 34. Offer's still sitting 40. Maybe 42 on this round. Be a little bit better.
For the short?
Just to see if it dies out up there, 42. Because you're getting all these ending right here at 42. Yeah, quietly. And what?
Send me in my.
Oh yeah, quietly. Decent offer trying to come in here below the open.
You get into the short? Oh, sure enough. Now I'm wishing I had gotten in.
I don't know. Let's see how much steam they have. Look for a reoffer. If there's no reoffer, then we'll probably go back over the open and trade back up to that 42. Decent reoffer. So, Kev, what happened with you? I heard a little bit on YouTube. You put in like some inquiry or something?
Oh, with my trade with Phoenix?
Yeah.
Yeah, I closed a trade, market trade. Market close, and it closed it at my stop loss price, which was just barely in profit. Like I'd moved it in profit. And yeah, and so I don't know, they tried to give me some BS real quick, say, this, because I closed it at 86.75, and my stop loss was at 87.50, and that's what they closed it at. And they come back and they said, "Oh, well, when you closed it, your average close was 77.47." Like 77. That's a dime difference. That's like that's $1,000. I mean, what? And so I don't know what they're talking about. So I kept asking, why did you say that? Oh, and he wouldn't answer. But so yeah, so they're gonna, escalate this to. But also, what I've been noticing, and I only noticed it one time, and I thought it was just me because I get high a lot, but my stop losses were disappearing, and I thought maybe I was just forgetting to put them there. But it's like I didn't, and and so I made sure I put these stop losses. And yeah, sure enough, every once in a while I would notice that there wasn't a stop loss on my shit. And one time it almost, well, it didn't actually cost me, but it almost cost me. I told him it cost me, but it actually didn't. But could have. But yeah, and the only reason that I even use Phoenix, well, there's so few exchanges to use now. And my buddy's got a ton of money I'm staying with, and he wanted me to do some DGen gambling and with some big leverage money. And so I've just been kind of having some fun. This Magic's been moving pretty good, but Phoenix actually has an actual support that talks to you, so it's only one of the only reasons. But they don't have very much liquidity. Like you can't do very big trades because you're the only one trading. So you know what I mean? Like there's, there's a lot of slippage. But yeah, and so this price that it paid me at, my stop loss price, it's still, even to now, has not gone down to that price yet. So they can't ever, even like to right now, which now it's been like a half hour or more, whatever. They can't say that that's what the average price or whatever it was, because it has never gone down there. So it's like this price has actually been going up. I shouldn't have exited the trade, but it was going down pretty quick. I was like, I'm just gonna jump out, and because it was right at a resistance line, and I should have stayed in it. Well, you never know, but it ended up going right back up as soon as I got out. So it never even went anywhere near my stop loss. You know what I mean? And so I don't know how they're going to wiggle their way out of this one, because even to right now, it hasn't gone to that price yet. So they can't say that was the average price.
Yeah, just make sure you screenshot it and timestamp it.
I did. Yeah, I did screenshot, and it was only like a minute after it happened, and with the price still way up, so it was a $250 trade I was up, and I only got $50 out of it. It's like, well, what the fuck? And that trade was totally upside down because, like an idiot, I was trading during that fucking meeting this morning. Well, I'd actually gotten into it way earlier before that, and so I was still in the trade. That's what sucks about crypto. It's hard you can't just jump out, especially if you're down, because the fees are so high. But then when that meeting came out, I really got under. I was like, oh shit, and so I had to sweat it out for like an hour and a half waiting for that thing to fucking finally come back up, and then I get ganked on it. It's like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, that's annoying as fuck.
Yeah, it's like, but I do know that these guys did give me $100 credit for something. I forget what happened, but I did the chat and bitch or whatever, and they gave me $100 credit. So, and I remember that was what they owed me. So I was pretty, which is totally unheard of in this industry, you know. But so we'll see how they take care of me on this, because you owe me like $200. So, how's your trading going?
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
finally
a couple of trades
actually
early
got an area
today,
where
and
I'm
then
gonna
that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I can start actually start working more on the ES now. I got getting a funded account, so I finally have a area where I can concentrate and have multiple screens, and and I don't have to start working till 9. I'm helping out a buddy, and I don't have to be there till 9, and so I can catch most of the trading, because it's the best time to be trading.
Yeah, right at the open.
Yeah. Well, open 6:30 for me.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So I get like 2 hours. I have to leave here about 8:30, so I still got 2 hours after the trade. After the Oh shit. Oh wow, I picked up my trade. Wow. Well, that's
Or
annoying.
liquidation. Or liquidation there.
So did you see that Texas is making trading crypto protected by law?
Mm-mm. What's
Or
protected
no, I'm
about
sorry.
it?
I'm sorry, not. Or is it Texas or Florida? I think it was actually Florida that they're passing a law to make trading crypto, a protected thing. So I guess the U.S. government can't come in and, I don't know, ban it or do whatever. I'm not quite sure why they're doing it, but they're trying to get all the miners over there. Same with Texas, and I think Gary Gensler's he's making all these companies move out of the country. I mean, what does he think? They're just going to pack up shop? I mean, they're just going to go to other countries. I mean, just losing us money. And those three banks that got closed were three of the biggest crypto fiat on ramps. So I know they're trying to stifle it for sure. But I guess court gave Gary Gensler 10 days to give Coinbase an answer. That came out this morning.
Yeah, Gary Gensler's he's just a hater.
Well, he's doing something nefarious because was super Bitcoin friendly, and then gets that position, all of a sudden doesn't let anything go through, pretty much, blocks everything, and even the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which actually isn't a government agency, they came out and said what SEC is doing is unlawful. But the Chamber of Commerce is really just a big business lobby group. I mean, they don't help small businesses.
So
Even the Small Business Administration doesn't help small businesses.
Right. Plus, they don't give a shit. So.
Yeah, they don't want small businesses. It's plainly obvious.
I mean, that's who they're going after, anyways. Like, that's the reason they hired all these IRS agents too, to go after small business.
Yeah. I mean, there's not one tax code that says if you're a small business, subtract here. Like that's never happened. But if you're a multinational corporation that makes billions of dollars, subtract here, subtract here, subtract here. Oh, we'll give you this, give you that. Fucked up.
If you took that short from 40, just be careful here. There's a lot of shorts look like they might be getting stuck down here. Maybe peel some off or move your stop down. Because you got that liquidation nice from 36. Got down to that 32. And they're still selling it, but they're just kind of struggling here to continue to move it down. So just be careful here.
Come on now. Show me the money. Hey, Brad. What do you think about that dude that choked out that dude on the bus? I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, I don't know. Feels. I mean, I didn't see like a video of it or anything, but to me, it feels pretty justified. Like, I don't really see.
Yeah, it is strange that we haven't seen any video of what the guy was actually doing. I mean, if he was like running up and down threatening to kill people, that'd be one thing. But
I mean, he got killed by another homeless guy. The homeless guy just happens to be a Marine Corps veteran.
He killed him, or he choked him out.
Killed him. Well, he choked him out and the guy died.
But I didn't know he was homeless too. I thought he was just a regular dude. He's homeless.
Says he's a street performer. So
No, the guy that got killed was a street performer.
Did you
yeah,
did you get
both
that
of them
story?
were.
They both were.
Yeah, but I flattened out everything. Well, I flattened out one at 34, and then I had my stop at 34 half, and it took me out.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I know I'm just the fact that that was what I was saying, and that's the trade you took makes me, I don't know, feel a little good that I was actually paying close attention.
I didn't
Like
get in until it came under the open, but because I was looking to get filled at 42. Actually, I had my resting order 42, but
and then you dumped it when it
yeah,
got below open.
yeah.
Well, that makes me feel I don't know, good. The fact that you took that trade.
Let's see, where's 86? 50.
So it broke below D, but didn't break C or B or C or E.
Yeah, for the most part, it's just trading inside initial balance today, and we're still inside yesterday's range, so we're having another inside day. Because yesterday was inside this day as well. You know, one thing that a dietitian told me, because I told her I eat a lot of nuts, like a lot of cashews, almonds, pecans. She's like, yeah, you got to be careful about that. There's a lot of fat in those. I was like, okay.
Yeah, because when you see a big fat chick, you're like, oh man, she's eating too many nuts. Hey, fatty, put down the nuts.
I mean, like, I could eat these or I could eat chips. Like, what do you want me to do here?
Yeah, no, nuts.
I mean, and you
Not
can't
the
eat
same
so many
thing.
nuts anyway. I mean, what's the largest amount of nuts somebody's gonna eat? I mean, geez.
A couple handfuls, you can't.
Yeah,
Can't
you
eat
have
too
to have a
much.
whole meal. But I can eat a whole bag of chips, so that's.
Like the party size, the party size.
Yeah,
Oh,
family
me too.
size.
Yeah.
The share size.
Red Doritos, fucking. Yeah, I could easily put away a whole family size of those. Especially take some red Doritos, dip them in some salsa.
Oh.
I don't know if you guys ever tried that, but it's good.
I have not.
No, but I had a Jersey Mike sandwich yesterday that cost me $18, and I'm like, what? I know there are Jersey Mike's out there, but it's just a.
Yeah, you need to start going to Papa John, or not Papa John's, Jimmy John's instead. Fuck that.
Yeah, Jimmy John's is cheap.
Yeah, I like Jimmy John's, so I like their tuna sandwich. All right, this is.
Liquidation.
I was gonna ask, was there news? I didn't see anything.
There's only 2 points, but let's see. I don't see much. What do we have? Fed Goldsby speaks in 8 minutes. And the Dow's making a new low here, and the Nasdaq's still like up at the high. You wonder who's going to give here. To me, it looks like the downside's going to win this, but you're putting in a lot of selling here from like this 33 to 32, and the market doesn't really seem to get any downticks yet.
I honestly am kind of under the impression that it's gonna start to go back up a little bit, back up to that 40 range. At least that's what it feels like. I mean, I could be wrong.
Come on, baby. Show me the money.
Are you in a trade?
Yeah.
Where'd you get
I'm
in?
in a magic long.
The magic one.
Just a little short scalp, a little scalperoonie, a little scalpster.
Where'd you get in?
Yeah, cashews are good. I love cashews.
They are good.
Are you trading the ES?
No, I'm playing with crypto today.
Oh, got it.
Don't get mad.
What are you doing?
No. No, my buddy just wanted me to throw around some money, see if we could hit something. There's just so many like meme coin different stuff, even though all those are garbage, but there has actually been some movement in the last couple of days, which has been nice. I've been trading some Magic and some Gala, and some Phantom, and this Lido coin has really been going up. It's something to do with all this ETH that got able to be unstaked, but there's a waiting list of 7 weeks before you can actually unstake it, and so you can, I think, wrap your ETH at this exchange, this Lido exchange for wrapped ETH, and you can take that wrapped ETH and go do something with it. And so everybody's been buying this up, and coin's up like 20-something% in the last 2 days. It's pretty good. Especially if you put leverage on it. Then it really moves. But no, I'm mainly just playing with my new computer, trying to get it all set up. My new monitors, trying to get it all. We haven't had a place I can actually sit and work on shit for shit. I was on that road trip for what, 2 years? It's a good trip. Back in the USSA. But Stacey, you were just in Cancun, right? In Mexico, right?
It was a couple weeks back, couple months back. Yeah.
Mexico's nice, right? It's not what they show on TV. Especially the Cancun area.
Yeah, it is nice.
Did you go to Chichen Itza, where the pyramids are at?
I've been there. I went there the first time I went down there with my wife back in 2019, maybe.
You think humans built those?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. You don't think humans built them?
No. No way. We can't move those rocks now. And did you see
I think it's a lost science. That's my belief.
No, it's just how they were built. They were built into the ground.
Yeah.
I like to argue with Kevin about this. So
You have to have the rock from somewhere.
check this out. Let me find. I was watching this because I'm kind of in agreement. Like it's, I don't think 1,000 Jews holding a rope just fucking drag that thing up.
No, I agree. No, I think there's
I think it was with sound. I think it was with sound vibration. Because even in the Bible, the horns of Jericho.
Yeah.
The pyramids, yeah.
I think the way they did it though is just a lost science. I don't think that it was aliens. I just think that we just don't have the understanding.
You may be right. I'm saying alien technology, or at least not. Something.
Alien technology means foreign. I mean, technically speaking, alien just means foreign. So I just think that
foreign to the planet.
Yeah, have you ever seen this? I don't know if you guys can hear it, but you can hear it on YouTube. It's Eddie Griffin, and he explains how the pyramids were built. This is interesting.
What does he say?
Oh, I've seen this video.
We can't hear it. There's no audio.
Yeah, we can't hear it though.
You guys are fucked.
Then ask me any other time. There's no such thing as aliens, crazy nigger.
I've seen it though.
They just don't want to believe a black man designed something they can't fuck with to this day. You
Is
understand
that how
me?
they do it?
Motherfucker,
Chihuahuas?
you know how we built the pyramids?
Well,
What
isn't
the
there
man
like a
saying
lot of
about?
advanced technology that like
You
even the
gotta answer simple
government
questions.
itself hides from us? Like I've seen
Well,
this
we
video
can't
that's
hear
saying
it if
that
you
like
guys don't
AI
shut
has
the
been
fuck
around
up.
for years.
Did you just
It's
post
called
that
script to script.
video
What
or
is
something?
up is down,
Yeah.
and down is up.
I want to see it.
What if you look down into space, standing up on Earth? This is how we built the pyramids. You play in the sandbox. It's easy to move a mountain of sand into position. Once you wet sand, it holds its form like concrete. You put the first brick at the apex of this motherfucker, all right? You move sand out of this corner and that corner and place bricks there on both sides all the way to the top. Now you let the sand dry out and drop that brick right through that bitch. Sand under pressure when it's dry moves like fluid. That's why you always find viaducts in all of the motherfucking pyramids, so the sand can shoot the fuck out the bitch. Now you have a hollow chasm. And it's built into the ground in the same specs. It's not really a pyramid, it's a diamond. It is now topped off by quartz, and at the bottom is topped off by quartz. When moonlight comes through, it refracts off of the quartz in the bottom, the first refracting laser, illuminating the night sky, which is why they called Pharaoh God, because he could turn night into day. Thus the all-seeing eye on your dollar bill above the pyramid. Because the only part of the human body made out of quartz is a human eye. When it dries out, it's small granules of quartz. That's why light transfers through it. Holla at your boy.
Pretty interesting.
No way.
But even like the stones that they got for the pyramids, they're from like quarries that are like 500 miles away. Like
Yeah, and
they weigh like
the the fact
thousands of
that
tons each.
the and that the Great Pyramid sits perfectly north, south, east, and west before they even knew the Earth was round. And one of the craziest things is, you know, it's
They would have known.
measured.
When you say before they knew the Earth was round, I doubt very seriously that they didn't know the Earth was round.
Before, well, I should say before we're taught in school when we learned the Earth was round.
Back when I was in ancient Egypt.
No, but
it's measured in cubits, and a cubit is 1/25 millionth of the diameter of the Earth. So if you slice the Earth into 25 million slices, that's a cubit.
Hold on. But there's also, and if you look it up, there's a way that they actually created the meter. I mean, let's go from the bottom up
Well,
as opposed to
let me
top down.
finish what I was saying before you start with your analytical stuff. So if you take the number of qubits on one side and multiply it by the number of the qubits on the other side, you multiply it out, it is the speed of light in space. Now, how did they know that? And the height of it is exactly the diameter. If you put the pyramid in a circle, the Earth is a circle. It's exactly the height of the Earth. So it's exactly the diameter. Diameter, exactly.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question.
And you know it's actually 8-sided, not 4-sided?
If you
That's a
walk
diamond.
into a room,
What's the question?
If you walk into a room and there's a cat bowl and a cat and there's food that is just laying out in a specific format, and it just happens to be the golden ratio of the distance between all of the different pieces of food, are you going to say A, the cat did it, or B, aliens came and put these things in the place that they did? Just simple
I would
question.
probably go with the cat.
Yo, Stacy, you got me lost on that one, cousin.
Now, here's the reason why I asked that. We are looking at that and going, well, the cat put it in the golden ratio, but the cat doesn't know. The cat just does his thing. What I'm saying is that all of this stuff, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that it is not correct. I'm not saying that it is not the speed of light. I'm not saying that it is not a cubit at the circumference of the globe, or that some reference of that is the circumference of the globe. I think that they knew north, south, east, west. I do not think that they necessarily knew the circumference of the globe, and I don't think that they knew the speed of light. It just happens that the way that they did it and the way that they were basing it on, the information they were basing on, because here's the thing, and I don't remember exactly where I saw this, but a meter, if you break down a meter, you get all the way down, and a water droplet, a water droplet, the width of a water droplet is a certain distance, and I don't remember what it is, but the bottom line is the size of a water droplet, one single drip of water, if you extrapolate it up, creates a meter. And I don't remember exactly what now. I can find the video if you want, but if you extrapolate it up, it makes a meter. Meter is the format that they were using when they created it, and it isn't. I don't know if they necessarily knew it was a meter per se, but that was sort of the general based
I
on a
don't know
cubit.
that's true. You sure about that?
I'll have to find the video. Anyway, long story short,
because you're saying Egyptians had the metric.
No, what I'm saying is that the basic building blocks that they used in order to generate the length of things, the distance of things, the weight of things, all happen to be based in nature. Natural.
But it is not. It is not a bunch of square blocks stacked on top of each other. There are rooms
No,
in there.
but that's not the point. What I'm saying is that all of it is based on those nature-based building blocks, which everything, the circumference of the Earth, the gravitational pull of whatever, of the north-south, north, south, east, west, I think that they probably knew, because if you take a piece of iron, iron ore, and you just put it on a string, it will point north-south.
Okay, but they knew the precession of the sun, the equinoxes, which is a 26,000-year cycle. I mean, come on, that's
But
not
here's
a
the
normal
thing:
thing.
you're saying that based on what, like, again, you walk into a room, you see a cat food laid out in the golden ratio. You're the one who's interpreting that they knew that. What you're
Yeah,
saying
and all this was
is that
before the Great Flood too. So who's not to say that they didn't have the technology before, and then when God killed everybody, they lost the technology.
All I'm saying is that you're interpreting it from your. It's kind of like in 10,000 years they're going to look back at us and go, why? What, why did these people do? Why did they have bags of chips? Whatever. I mean, some random thing, and they go, that means that they understood that these, this certain level of material would do this certain thing that we have no idea, and we're just literally living our normal life and doing our normal stuff. But in 10,000 years, they're going to interpret it and go, man, they were so smart. I'm not saying that they weren't smart. I'm just saying.
But wouldn't that be contradicting evolution? Because I mean, don't we just evolve? Like
we're looking at
Not if everyone dies.
The basis of the speed of light based on where we're at in the evolutionary cycle of science. Meaning that we're saying, well, because this thing right here was, X, Y, Z, whatever. You take this size and that size. It's based on the building blocks of scientific knowledge, and we are extrapolating.
Right. And I'm saying they had that knowledge. That's all I'm saying.
Here's the thing: what if they didn't? How could they have known the
So you're
speed of
saying
light?
that was all coincidence?
I'm not saying all of it is a coincidence. I'm saying that.
Well, if any of it's not a coincidence, then they had science that we don't have today.
I'm just saying that them having the speed of light is very highly unlikely, and it is more likely a coincidence because it is built upon the foundational building
the speed of light is like
of scientific knowledge.
And pi is, I mean, it's like an infinite number.
Pi is something they probably knew. They probably knew pi.
But pi wasn't discovered until whoever in thousands of years later.
Again, pi was the term discovered. Tell me what discovered means, because if I learn something and I live my entire life and never leave the city I'm living in and no one lives around me and I die, did I discover it, or did I not discover it because nobody else knew that I discovered it?
I don't get what your point is.
You got me on that one. You had me thinking, cousin.
My point is that when you say pi wasn't discovered until, well, frickin' A, that was the first time it was written down.
According to what they teach us in school, that's when they say pi was discovered.
But again, it's not based on reality. It's based on their interpretation of reality.
Okay.
Because if you look back, even if you look back in Panama, the Panama Canal was there before the Panama Canal was there.
It was
There's a scientist.
Exactly.
There's a scientist that came on Joe Rogan, and he was talking about that the pyramids, that there's some people, like some breakthrough like research that some people did, and they're saying that the pyramids were there before the Egyptians, that they're like 10,000 years older than the Egyptians are, or they're like so like.
Yeah.
And there's like some proof that he was talking about, but that kind of all went over my head.
Even the
But
Mayans say
it's
that all
pretty
those pyramids
interesting.
were there before they got there.
But I mean, no
Kevin,
one really knows, dude.
Kevin, what I'm
Well, they must have been built by giants.
Kevin, what I'm saying is that
Matter of fact, I built them joints.
that what you're saying,
Definitely
I
not yet.
learned this in high school, or I learned this in school. Well, fuck what you learned
I'm
in
just
school.
saying
because
that there
clearly,
was technology
hold on.
that we have now.
Let me
I don't
finish.
think you're getting what I'm saying. You're trying to say I'm saying stuff I'm not saying.
No,
I'm just saying that there's technology that those were not built by human hands the way they said it was built.
I think it's what Stacy was
Well,
saying.
there's just
I think
no
it's
way
like
to
lost
know.
technology that we once had somewhere that someone knew, and then like we just it's been lost. Yeah, that's what I think. But you know,
Yeah, kind of like the guy that made that car that ran off just water, and all of a sudden he's just dead. You
I
know?
heard about that he died. He's like, and
All I'm
all
saying-
his research like disappeared and all that stuff.
All I'm saying, Kevin, is that there is so much science that has been lost to the ages, where somebody doesn't tell their son and it gets passed down. The idea that there's knowledge that has been lost is definitely not fake. So the idea that somebody had the knowledge that built the pyramids, in my opinion,
Watch
is totally
37
valid.
here. Yeah, I mean I mean, look at even from World War II till now, which is, you know, not an extremely long time ago. There's guaranteed a lot of lost literature, including science, just since then.
Absolutely.
I mean, look at Hitler went on like a rampage about just burning
I'm just
books and
saying
shit.
that
So.
those were not built the way that we were taught that they were built. That's the only point.
So what?
Have you seen the comedian? The comedian that says like nobody questions the pyramids in Mexico.
But that just means that, so.
My
That just
point
means
is
that we
not,
don't
and
understand it.
all these pyramids are very identical. Even though these civilizations never had contact, supposedly that's what we're taught. But in reality, I don't know. This is what we were taught. And where are all the pyramids? You know, when you start to build something, you have ones that didn't make it. Where's all the ones that fell over and weren't like everyone we find is perfect? How were they all perfect on their first?
I just want to say this. I just want to say this again. If you walk into a room and the cat's food is put out in the golden ratio, you're not going to say the cat understands the golden ratio. I'm saying that we, as at the point where we're at right now, there's so much shit we don't even have any idea of.
That's my point.
Yeah, you guys are saying the same thing.
I'm not saying it came from outer space. I'm just saying it was lost. That's what I'm saying.
I just asked if.
Well, there's really no way to know. So like there's no way to know.
That's just what I think. But who knows what really happened? It's not what they teach us in school, though. I can say that for sure.
Well, have you ever watched the Bob Lazar interviews?
Yes.
Dude,
yes,
it's
that guy is amazing.
When he talks about the engine that propels these UFOs and how it works, it's crazy. Like the engine that he talks about on these crafts that he's worked on, and they're declassified now. It's just they're not going to publicize them, so you're going to have to dig through them yourselves. But it's literally an engine that displaces gravity. So if you had machinery back then that has an engine that can displace gravity, you know, that's just the technology that you would need to move a big stone like that.
Well, I think it was done with sound waves. That's what I think. But
that could be like because there's a lot of studies on frequencies and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. However, for sure though, however they did it, it was easy for them because it's if humans did make it, because it's human nature to make things as easy as possible. Like we don't go out and try to make something the hardest way possible.
Yeah, well, you're really discriminating against Jews right now too, so that's not really nice.
We don't. Everything we build is to make things easier for us. You know what I mean? Necessities, what they say, mother invention, necessity, something like that. I forget how it goes, but necessity is a mother invention or something. But yeah, so however they did it with whatever technology they had that got lost, it was easy. They could just move those because I mean they're You can't even slide like a piece of paper between these bricks, and there's no mortar, and they're earthquake proof. And I mean, it's just amazing. But the ones you were talking about earlier, Brad, the ones where they build them into the ground, out of one big piece of rock, like the ones in Turkey and stuff, those are super insane. In Vietnam, I think, is where some of them are.
Yeah, and there's really no way to know. Like maybe that's how they built the ones in Egypt too.
And China hides all of theirs. They supposedly have like 3,000 pyramids, but they buried them all, so you can't. So, and there's a pyramid in Alaska that this guy's been studying for like 20 years, and he's coming out kind of being a whistleblower, but he said like 20 years ago he got recruited. Some airplane pilot was flying over Alaska, and all of a sudden all his instruments went all crazy, and then he went and told the FAA or whatever, so military got involved, and then now that section's blocked off and you can't go there, but there's a pyramid there, and this pyramid's been sending out a signal for like 20 years, and they've been trying to figure out how it's sending out a signal. And this guy's kind of coming out because do you know who Stephen Greer is? Dr. Stephen Greer.
Yeah.
So he's got in July he's doing this big thing where they have 700 whistleblowers that are coming out, and they've got these CEOs of all these like weapons companies that are coming out saying what technology they have, and some of them say they have free energy technology they've been hiding, but it's a big he's doing like a big news conference in July, and he's got all kinds of whistleblowers coming out. So supposedly we're going to learn a whole bunch of shit that we know, because the government did release like 4 terabytes of information. They released so much information that it's hard to find stuff. You know what I mean? And so next month or in July there's going to be some crazy shit happening. Because his last couple documentaries were amazing. I don't know if you've seen his documentaries. That serious one.
Yeah, I've watched them all. I like them.
Unacknowledged. Well, did you see the one where they had the plant in the room and they had the random was a light, like it would shine the light in each of the room, and there was a plant, and then it had a random generating machine that would flashlight randomly into the room, and then after a while it started to flashlight more in the room with the plant in it. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah,
they had a room. Yeah, they had 4 dark rooms, and then a light that would flash into each room on a random, computer random, the flashlight. And after a while, the light would start flashing more into the room with the plant in it. And then they were doing these experiments with water under a microscope where it would change. You've seen how music can change the structure of water. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Under a microscope. Well, they started doing these experiments where they were doing it with thought, and they would tell these, like this girl in the sky, to think, a positive thought, and they would look at the water through a microscope, and it'd be like, super crystal, like a cool design, and then they would, think, negative thought, and it would be this, messed up looking structure. It's pretty crazy.
And also, going back to Egypt's thing, like the Sphinx, like the head of the Sphinx is not proportionate to the bottom of it, right? So they're saying like the Sphinx was already there before the Egyptians, and then so the Egyptians were the ones that carved the head, and then you can see like erosion patterns on like the bottom of the Sphinx and stuff like that. I don't know, it's pretty crazy stuff, dude.
Yeah, they're saying that erosion is water, and it's not wind, and so then I guess the last time there was water where the Sphinx is was like 25,000 years ago. So that's how they're figuring how old the Sphinx is. But they found a chamber back, I don't know, like I think it's like 10 years ago or so, underneath the Sphinx that supposedly had the answers to all life's questions or whatever. And
like an Indiana Jones and shit.
Yeah, well, we had a team that was going to go in there, and then Egypt had that little war thing they had, that what's it called, Arab Spring, whatever it's called, and they kicked all the American scientists out, and so we never were able to get in there, or at least that's what they told us anyway. So who knows what was in there?
It's tough to think like that if water were to run through there, because like water is the most powerful element, right? Like it can destroy anything. And so like if water was actually like running through there for an extended period of time, I think it would have been a lot more damage. Watch this 37 to 39. That's where the liquidation was from. So, But you know what I mean? Like, look at the Grand Canyon, like a huge
Yeah.
fucking canyon, literally caused by water, which
Yeah.
is
I don't know.
crazy.
That's what the guy's saying. But uh, I was gonna say the thing on that Great Pyramid that makes the most sense to me is there was a guy that on Ancient Aliens that explained how he thinks it's a machine. Because if you pour I think it was like zinc oxide in one of those chambers that they points like to a star, but they think was a air vent. But then this guy says if you pour zinc oxide in one and I think hydrochloric acid or something in another one, and then water used to run underneath the Great Pyramid, and it would shake the Great Pyramid. They could see underneath the Great Pyramid where water used to be, and there's big cracks where you could tell it was hitting the roof of the Great the but underneath it the ceiling I mean of the Great Pyramid in the basement, and that would cause the whole Great Pyramid to vibrate, and so they think it would shake it up, and then it would shoot a hydrogen beam out this other shaft, and so they think that maybe it was like a gas station for UFOs. So they could just pull up and fill up their spaceship, and
And
I
see,
don't
that's
know.
the thing is like, what if like it's not a UFO? Like that is just like how far advanced they got in
Well,
technology.
maybe it powers the
That
whole Earth.
that's how you traveled around. Like you had your flying saucer. Like we call them UFOs, but
Right.
you know, same thing like in back in like Rome when Rome was like dominating Europe, all these aqueducts and stuff. So they had plumbing, they had toilets. Like, you know, we portray it in movies as like, oh, they shit in a bucket and then we throw the fucking bucket out the window and then throw it in the water. But like, what if, you know, whoever figured out the technology really just wanted to make money off of it? So instead of being like, hey, this is old things, I figured out how they did this, how they had plumbing. But instead of saying that, right, he's like, oh, you know, look at what I found. I made this up. You know what I mean? Like, why would you give credit to an invention that doesn't exist in the current time, but maybe you figured out by studying history? Because a lot of scientific discoveries are discovered from the studying of history.
Yeah.
You know, so
Well,
it's
and
like,
history so skewed too is what sucks. I mean, it's so rewritten, and I mean, one of the CIA documents that got released is how the CIA in the 40s went around and literally changed history. They changed a bunch of history books, and they were trying to wipe out the Tartarians out of because they're from mainly from Russia, and well, and they had technology. They had a higher technology than, and they were only here a couple hundred years ago, like 200 years ago, not even. But it's all been wiped out of history books supposedly, and
yeah,
that's a crazy.
there's a lot of like technology that the Tartarians supposedly had that we covered up.
Yeah. Well, I was just reading it. I was
I
looking at
mean, the
this. They
Tesla
were showing
coil
this.
even.
Yeah, well, they had this catalog in 1903 had hundreds, thousands, maybe even more than hundreds of electric cars you could pick from, and they had in 1903 they had 1,000-mile electric car race. We don't have cars that do 1,000 miles now. They had
Right,
that in 1903.
but that's the thing is like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, so you've got this old technology that's coming back to light, but we figured it out. It got popularized, and someone figured out, oh, well, we could make money off of this, so we need to erase it and restart it.
Right, the Great Reset. Yeah, exactly.
You know, so I mean, like I could see something like that, like because that's what makes sense to me. You just think about human
Yeah, I mean,
nature.
all the elites hide all the hide all the real information. You know.
Yeah, so I mean, some of that stuff gets kind of deep in the woods. Like, you know, a lot of these, like, you know, you got the QAnon people that think like that the Democrats are out there like fucking drinking babies' blood and shit.
Right.
But like, you know, some of them, some of the stuff, like, yeah, I mean, who knows? But I don't think so. But like, yeah, I can't prove it wrong or right. It's just kind of insane. But like some of the technology that comes out, you know, makes sense that we get rid of it and then bring it back to make money off of it.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, they got rid of electric cars, so they could sell, gas and oil.
Well, if you have like, I mean, you think about in California, the average electric bill during the summer is like probably $300 minimum. Where's if my dad in here see what his was every summer?
Yeah, it's like 400 almost.
Yeah, it's crazy. And so if you had renewable energy that you didn't need to, like easily renewable energy that didn't was cost effective and that you didn't need to pay for, right? Then you'd be chilling. You'd be like, fucking turn that air conditioner on full blast all day. But like, if nobody can make money off of it, well, then that's no good.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get solar, but they said I need a new roof.
Solar's a scam.
Yeah. Well,
I think so.
It is more cost effective because I had some people come over and it's like I'll be paying like $180 a month or something like that.
Until you own the solar yourself, it's
Right.
like it's almost a scam. But yeah, I mean, it definitely is more cost effective.
Yeah, but yeah, so
I mean, and you're in Prescott. What's your highest electric bill? $150. So and if you're gonna spend 10 grand on a solar system, how long does it take you to make back 10 grand, $150? Plus, if you have to, and SRP and APS are now charging if you have solar, you got to pay a fee to have solar. Yeah, it doesn't work its way. I've done the math a million times. I don't know. I can't get the math to work out. I don't know why people do it.
yeah, here in California, especially like in LA, the electric bills have gone up like a grip because they shut down some of the power plants in San Diego, and that's where we're getting some of the power from. So now they have to import the electricity. So if you look at like the Edison bill, like 30 or 40% of my electric bill is from like importing power from somewhere else.
Yeah, it was a huge mistake by California. They shut down that desalination plant in San Diego.
Yeah.
And now they're paying the price. And because to restart it, and it's all because of fucking water, but now to restart it, it's going to cost them like almost twice as much what it cost them to build the plant in the first place.
Damn.
Because fucking Gavin Newsom's a goddamn idiot. So.
Yeah. Damn, that's crazy.
I didn't even know they had a desalination. Why'd they turn it off? Save money, I guess.
I don't know.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom. I mean.
No, they originally started it because California was having a drought. And then in like 2010, El Nino came through, and then they didn't have a drought. And so like, oh, we don't need this anymore, because that's everyone, I hate to say it on one side, but like everyone on a certain side is pretty short-sighted. They only care about what's happening right now. And so they're like, oh, we'll shut it down. We don't need it. We got all this water. And then, kind of misunderstanding the influx of people that were going to be coming to California, because a lot of people did move to California from like 2010, even like basically after the housing crisis, a lot of people moved to California. And so a lot more water usage, just everything kind of went up, and they were just like, oh shit. And then, a fucking drought happened again. It's just like heat and repeat sitting on a fence, like, oh, we're in a drought again.
The drought happened. Are you putting that in quotations? It happened.
Well, they just limited the water supply, so
yeah,
it was just a drought for poor people, basically, because you could have as much water as you wanted. It's just, did you have the money to pay for it? That's what it was.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that like facetiously, but like that's kind of what it was.
Well, see, so California had voted on these 5-year reservoirs, and they built them all. They filled them all up, and that was only a couple years ago. And then like 2 years later, they're all empty. And a lot of people are saying that they were just dumping that water out. They were just letting it flow out, and that there really wasn't a drought. Which I don't know. I don't think it's hard to say. Oh my god!
Well, it's back to full now because of all the snow they got.
Yeah, we got some pretty good water. I live close to Santa Fe Dam here in and it's pretty full, I think I heard.
But what's empty is Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Those things are way empty.
Which one's Lake Mead? The one in Vegas?
In Vegas.
Oh, that one's filled back up. Yeah, it was empty. Positive. Jared lives there. He sees it like all the time. It's impressive too. If you ever get to go there and see it, it's pretty
I think Lake
Pretty,
Mead is still way
pretty
into
impressive.
the marinas are like a mile from the water. Let me Google that.
I'll have to ask Jared. See, and like that, a lot of that kind of stuff, like I really lean towards like anecdotal evidence for like someone that I trust that is nearby and can like see it, because the internet is just. I mean, like go on ChatGPT and ask about Trump and then ask about Biden.
Yeah.
And then tell me the
What would
internet's
happen?
not biased. Well, I mean, just it'll give you like the answers that it gives are just different. Like that, you're like, what are some great things about Trump? And it's like, well, I don't know. I'm like, what's some great things about Biden? And I'll give you a fucking 7-page essay. And it's like you can't come up with one thing that's good about Trump, but you can come up with fucking 700 fucking pages of how Biden's great. Like that's not bias. That's like the definition of bias. Regardless of who you like, it's still that's unacceptable because the internet's supposed to be freedom like of like information, but it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, like even like I have friends that are starting to really get into this flat Earth thing. They're really getting into this uh, QAnon. All right, Thomas, we'll see you later, man. They're really getting into like the QAnon. They're getting into this fucking like they're just getting kind of crazy. And it's I think it's because of TikTok, and so like certain people get led in certain directions because people are pretty easily manipulated, and then all of a sudden they start believing the same way, and then they're like, oh, look at Walmart's, they're preparing for FEMA. Like remember that whole thing, the FEMA thing during COVID? Everyone's like, oh, they're doing the FEMA, they're going to be taking our house. Like people were getting fucking nuts.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's those same people, and TikTok is kind of ruining their brain, because it's just like there's no freedom of information. You're only seeing what the algorithm wants you to see. You're not seeing what you want to see. Watch if we pop this 39. 39 should be a little gatekeeper up to like 42. You know what I mean? But like you're not getting what you want. You're getting what they want you. And then the worst part is that they're convincing you that that's what you want. That's why you get all these people like, I mean, it's like almost popular to like hate somebody if they're a Democrat or if they're a Republican.
I know.
And it's like
we're in the mask.
That's just stupid.
Became a Republican or Democrat thing. Like everything's partisan. It's like.
Yeah. You can't have it.
Do you remember when Biden and Pam and Camilla, whatever her name is, Harris when they were running for office, they wouldn't take the jab because that was Trump's jab. And they even asked Camilla, "Are you going to take the vaccine?" No, I'm not taking Trump's vaccine. No. And then as soon as they were in office, oh, take the jab, take the jab. Well, it was the same fucking jab. I mean,
well,
it's
and it's still even speculation if they actually took it.
Oh, there's no way they took it.
It was just all safe.
The stage that Biden took the fake vaccine in was a fake stage, even though it was just across the street from the White House. Like I don't know why they couldn't do it in the actual White House Oval Office, but they made a fake Oval Office, and then had this like fake. Oh, here comes your, saline solution.
Well, did you see like there's like if you go to apply for life insurance right now, you don't qualify for like what are the tiers of life insurance? Like whatever they are. There's like 6 tiers total, but like for the top 3 tiers, if you've got for your first 2 shots, you can't qualify for top tier life insurance.
Oh my god! Yeah, and
then if you've got a booster, then you don't qualify for like the second tier life insurance. And it's like what? If anything,
there's gyms that won't let you work out. There's pilots. There's airlines that won't let pilots fly. They've had so many jabs because pilots are dying in mid-flight. It's fucking crazy. All these athletes are just falling down, and it's anything but the vaccine. Even though all 4 vaccines have side effects that say could cause myocarditis, whatever it's called.
Myocarditis, yeah.
Myocarditis, yeah. They all of them deny that that's what even though it's right on their thing that it could. It's like, well, you put on your thing that's a side effect. I mean, is it possible? No, not possible.
Well, like, I mean, even like my wife, she's about to go get a second ablation next week, actually, because the
What?
first one, an ablation. So like
Ablation?
basically an ablation.
A black and an Asian chick? Ablation?
It's like a because like her heart has extra electrical pathways, right? So I have to go in like and ablate them, like basically like burn electrical pathways on the heart. But like, you know, she was 100% healthy, never had any issues until she got the vaccine, and then all of a sudden she's having like all these kind of heart issues, and she, you know,
I got
she's
so
not
many
not
friends.
overweight, like she exercises, she's healthy, but like all of a sudden, you know, and there's really
You
nothing you can
fucking
do because what are you going to do?
fucking
Sue
cat
the
made
Homeland
you
Security?
magnetic. What's that about? I got a buddy who could stick right where he got the jab. He can stick a watch battery right there. I got a video of it. Stick a battery right there. We got the and it would stick to his arm. You put it anywhere else on his arm, it'll fall off. Put it right where the injection was, and it'll stick to it. What's that about?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
kind of
look that
crazy.
up.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you Google that, there's all kinds of people can stick. They're sticking cell phones on their arms, all kinds of shit. And just stick right there. It's fucking crazy. Because there's they've been finding graphene graphene in the vaccines, and that shit reacts to, well, actually it reacts to frequency stuff, but it's magnetic stuff, and so who knows? I don't put anything past anything. It's you know. And it's not even the first time that they've done that where they've given us shit fucking. And the four companies that did this vaccine are like four of the worst companies on the planet. Like Johnson Johnson just got busted selling that talcum powder for like 40 years, giving women cancer, and they knew about it since like the 60s, and they kept doing it. You know.
Yeah, they finally got caught. I saw that.
Well, and you see that they're doing some kind of shitty thing where they're being bought out by a shell company that has no money, and so it's like Johnson Johnson has no money, so so these women aren't going to get paid. They won like $40 billion lawsuit, and so now they're not going to get paid because like some kind of shell game with the that's fucked up. You should be allowed to do that. And then AstraZeneca, they're the ones that remember after 9/11 there was that anthrax scare. Remember that? Well,
Oh, big time. Yeah, it was everywhere.
yeah, well, they were the Marines bought a vaccine from AstraZeneca, a anthrax vaccine, and it ended up fucking up like 800 Marines. Like, I don't know if it killed them or paralyzed them, and actually sued and won the Marines, which is super hard to sue the
Well,
military.
there's a lot of military members, like, and like for me being like in the medical field, uh we see, a lot of people, and like you can tell just by the skin color, because like when people were deployed, I think it was promethazine that they were having to take in order to, like, it was like a antiviral, anti everything, but their skin is red. Like they're literally like, they look like an alcoholic. Their skin is just like red, and it's from taking this medication that basically, I mean, and then of course they're in Iraq, where the sun is just like burning all the time, and so they're catching all these bad sunburns, but their skin's like stained red, like stained like a burn basically because of this medication, and there's nothing they can do about it because they're in the military. Like, well,
Well,
you
it
you
turns out
volunteered, so.
the president of AstraZeneca, they had emails that said it proved that he knew that was going to fuck up. It was a bad vaccine, and they sold it to the Marines anyway. And then that's the guy that Trump made the vaccine czar. It's like, so they don't care about shit. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Just the way they pushed him out without testing him and shit. I mean, it's just all bad. But the other thing they were doing was they were saying that you weren't vaccinated until 3 weeks after your vaccine for whatever. I mean, that's a stupid thing ever, but that's what they were doing. So So, and most people are having problems in that first 3 weeks. And so if you had the problem first 3 weeks, it was a COVID problem. It wasn't a vaccine problem. And so that's why it looks like it's all been from COVID and not this fucking vaccine that's.
And what's weird to me too is that, like, why did it have to be a live? Why did it have to be a live vaccine? Because like when we give the flu vaccine, most times, especially in the military, we would give a non-live like nasal spray. The only people that got live were people that like couldn't, where they were either already sick or something like that, and then they had to get a shot.
They pushed that same vaccine on everybody. Everybody got the same vaccine. But what other product on the planet can everybody have? You know what I mean? Somebody's allergic to everything. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I just thought that was weird. That I mean, and the same dose, a 12-year-old girl gets the same dose as a 240-pound guy. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. And then when they were testing, they were shoving that thing like fucking 6 inches up your nose. Like, what was that about?
Yeah, they finally came out that said that they didn't need to do that.
Yeah, there's nothing that's 6 inches up your nose that isn't at the top of your nose. I mean, it's like.
What they were worried about was contamination from the air you're breathing. Yeah.
This is what this one right here is. He talks about like the myocarditis and stuff. It's pretty crazy.
What is it? Then now they're coming up with all these studies about how masks was a big waste of time. It didn't do anything and ended up being worse for most people. And because everybody was using the same mask. I mean, I was dating a girl at the time, actually right before then, and she was a nurse, and she was saying that if you use the same mask between like two patients, that was like automatic firing. That was like you're done, and and then after COVID, they're using the same mask for like a week straight. Like.
Well, and you ever see like some of the ways that masks were packaged and built? Like it just in sweatshops, like people are just like, folding them, tying the fucking ends on. Like, there's no like, it's not done in like a sterile environment. These masks are not sterile masks, so.
I mean, and the N95 mask isn't even the mask you would use for a virus anyway. So they weren't even telling us to use you'd use a respirator if there's a real virus out there. I mean, N95 mask is for like, stop spit basically. And they were telling people to wear 2 masks and a shield, and people are driving cars around with a shield and mask on.
I liked it. There was a time where you could just wear a shield and not a mask.
Well, the Surgeon General had actually in 2015 put out a thing telling doctors to not wear masks or wear them for as little as possible and not to wear them if they can, because the doctors in the military were getting hypothia, but they were getting some kind of mouth like cancer from the spray that they used for the cotton, like some kind of chemicals on the spray.
Probably that formaldehyde or whatever you say, however you say that.
Yeah. And
yeah, dude. One time I put on a mask. One time, I was gonna say one time I put on a mask and like I had a really strong smell, and then later on that evening, my throat was just like burning and like scratchy, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Dude, I couldn't wear one. It was terrible. And especially to wear it for like 8-10 hours a day. That's got to be bad for you. There's no way that's healthy.
I mean, other countries do it, like Japan. It's part of like the culture, I guess.
Well, they just wear them when they're sick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And like in subways or whatever sometimes.
I mean, you wouldn't wear a mask in a forest fire. I mean, it doesn't stop anything. I mean,
I was watching this comedian, and he was like, would you say all in?
No, I was going to say all of it was just to keep your breath from reaching someone else. It didn't stop it, but it kept it from going as far. So I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, like slowed it down. But I was watching this comedian, and he was saying, like, a lot of people nowadays would be like, well, if I was in Germany and Hitler tried to take charge, I would definitely rebel. and it's like, and then he's like, "Did you wear a mask during COVID?" And then everyone's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah." Then shut the fuck up, because like, I mean, that's how easy it was. You just
You did what you were told. Exactly. It's crazy how fast people do what they were told.
Well, it's not really crazy. It's not really crazy. You know, it just it seems like it wouldn't happen, but I mean, it's not, to me. It's not really crazy. It just kind of makes sense because that's what most people do. We're trained from a young age to do what we're told.
I thought from California there'd be more pushback. And California was like one of the worst states for that. Couldn't go to the beaches, and then when they finally opened the beaches, you had to like be walking on the beach. You couldn't sit on the beach. Remember they arrested that guy that was out there, what do you call it? Skateboarding, not skateboarding, surfing. Out there surfing by himself, and then went there and arrested him. You know.
Yeah, I saw that.
Because
California.
nothing they told us to do was for health. I mean, you know, don't get sunlight. You know, and kids have to be around other kids. That's how they build up their immune system. But you know, they were stopping all that. You know, and they weren't telling us to eat vitamins and you know, good food was. I don't know. It was all dumb.
And then they made Joe Rogan sound like an idiot when he was talking about that vermecta, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
They even altered the video that he recorded. Like they made him look like he was like sick.
Yeah, no, well, they said that no, they tried to make it like he was taking a horse tranquilizer.
Yeah, but the video, like they edited like they put like a filter over it or something like that to make it look like he was like sick.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, it's called like Invector Maya or whatever.
Ivermectin.
Ivermectin, yeah, yeah, and like, you know, like it's I you know, not like I believe everything that's on the Joe Rogan show. And Joe Rogan is not necessarily, he's not like a scientist or a researcher, but he has a lot of smart people on his show. But Jared's brother actually took that Invector Min or whatever when he had
It's
COVID.
been around for like 30 years.
And he was better like a day later.
Dude, it's on the World Health Organization's medicine that you should have like in case of emergency, like you know, in case of a not a pan, but you know, a natural disaster or whatever. It's like you should have that in your emergency kit because you know, it's good for everything. It's like a miracle drug. And it's been around for like 30 years.
It kills everything and doesn't have a lot of adverse effects.
Yeah, but the reason that they had to say that it didn't work is because you can't have an emergency use authorization if there is an alternative drug available, and so they had to make it like, oh, that's not for that. You know, it's all about money. Just
money. Yep, exactly. Money and control. Yeah, when people are scared, they do exactly what they do.
Do what?
When people are scared, they just do exactly what they're told.
Oh yeah.
And then like it's an easy way, like Zoe's talking about, like all you have to do is threaten someone's livelihood. Like, well, if you keep going on about this, you're going to lose your job. You're going to lose your house. You're going to lose your ability to function like you do now. And then people are like, okay, I'll walk in the straight line. Sorry.
Yeah.
But you can't blame them because what can you do? Like, what are you going to do?
Right.
You know, it's such a such a dependent world.
Like every news and radio just nonstop, that people were like, I mean, they would get pissed off about shit. You know, it's like somebody not wearing their mask, or you know, it's like
sellers are getting stuck right here. Maybe.
But what I didn't get was the whole just everybody getting mad that if somebody else didn't take the vaccine. It's like, look, you took the vaccine. You should, if you believe in it, you should be good. What does it matter if I took the vaccine? You took your vaccine. You know.
I mean, that's America. Like, it's not only do I have an opinion, but I want you should have the same opinion as me, or else you're a fucking idiot.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, look at what's going on now. Like, even fucking old what's her face is trying to push LGBTQ books to elementary school kids. What's her name? What's the young congresswoman's name?
AOC.
AOC. Yeah, AOC. And it's like you really, like, I have nothing against it. You know, I don't care either way. But like like there's a difference between the American flag and like a flag that is purely sexual. The only thing it has to do with is sexual orientation. That's
Yeah, I
a
mean,
that's a completely
why are they
different
pushing
topic. You know
this
what I
shit so
mean?
much? Yeah, it's insane. I mean, they're having drag shows at like junior highs and elementary schools and shit. Like that was not a thing when I was a kid. Like we did, there was no drag shows at our school.
Well, they're just forcing everyone to kind of have the same opinion, and that's the thing. Is like why if because God's been completely removed from all schools, right?
And
Um,
what is critical race theory? I have not looked into that. What is
oh, I can't even I haven't looked into it either because I'm sure it will just fucking make me feel pissed off.
right?
It's
But
just about
even like
basically how like being white has more opportunity. You have more opportunity as a white person, even if you're poor. Well, still white. Like, oh, that
You
makes me feel
do.
good. That fills my bank
I
account.
think
Like the fuck? Fuck out of here.
no, but I do believe in that. There's white privilege. I think that's a true thing, at least in America, anyway. I don't think it's the difference between you becoming successful and not being successful, but there's definitely an advantage of being white in America.
I think like everyone has their own privilege. Like I'm Mexican. In LA I have pretty good privilege because I can like one time I went out with my friends and they're Asian, and then the guy wouldn't let him park like at this parking spot, and then they had me go talk to them, and then I talked to them in Spanish, and then they're like, oh yeah, you can park there, it's cool, and I was like, all right, cool, we'll park there, and then I think everyone has like their own something.
Yeah, and the reason that America has all these problems is because we have such a huge, diverse, like melting pot, right? There's nowhere else in the world that has as many
Exactly.
people with as much different cultures as here.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
no,
just not.
I agree with that because there's so many, like we're gonna clash, like regardless, because there's so many ideas, there's so much, like you said, we're just a big giant melting pot. There's
Well,
always gonna be.
supposedly that's what's supposed to make our country great. You know.
Well, it would if we stopped letting everyone think that their opinion mattered.
Yep.
Like
But
it's
even
great to
I
have an
I
opinion, but some people's opinions just they don't matter. Like not everyone's
yeah,
opinion,
I'm
not
under
everyone's important. Everyone needs to
yeah,
realize that. Sorry.
yeah.
and then like going back to like the whole so like the Transformers, that there's like a new Transformers show, right? Like it's like the
Yeah,
3D
a
animated
cartoon on
thing.
Nickelodeon.
Yeah, so they're like bringing all this woke stuff on there, talking about that, like non-binary people and this and that, and it's like,
Yeah.
dude, like they're just like feeding that to the kids, like what the hell?
Yeah, and that's
So
the
it's
thing
like,
is like that's the thing that I don't agree with is like I don't agree with pushing an agenda on kids. Like once it comes to kids, that's when I start to get pissed off. Like if you want to treat adults like shit, most adults are fucking worthless anyways, and they've had their chance, so fuck them. I don't care. But like when it starts coming to kids, like that's where I'm just like, no, 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 you've got to draw the line here. Like it's just not, and you're not pushing an agenda. Like you're not pushing, like when people push God on people, right? Don't push it on the kids. Okay, I get that. Like if you wanna be religious or your family raises you religious, and or maybe you find God later on in life, like that's good for you, right? But don't push it on the kids. So I get that. Like they wanted to remove God from school, right? But like I
right,
mean, in like a Mexican house, like you're fucking, your relationship with God is different than in like a Protestant Christian house, because like in a Mexican household you kind of like fear God, you're
yeah,
like afraid, and in Protestant Christian church you're like, you know you just like raise your hands and worship God and sing and you're happy, and that's it. But like it has nothing to do with like getting kids, like kids shouldn't even be thinking about what they're you know what they're like, you know they shouldn't even be thinking about like reproducing or who they're attracted to and stuff. Like that should come natural to them, right? Like it should just,
right,
that's like, oh, you know what, I'm into this. Not like there's people out there that there's this one lady I was watching interview on CNN, and she has two kids, one's 4 and one's 8, and one of them is trans and one of them's non-binary. Like how the fuck do they even know about that? You know what I mean?
exactly. Yeah.
Like that's crazy.
It's like I heard someone say, it's like, if you meet someone that has a vegan cat, right? It's like the cat didn't choose to be vegan, it's the owner. So it's like the parents are the ones that are like pushing these.
Yeah, it's the adults. Adults are the problem. They're the fucking. They're worthless.
I know my
Yeah.
cat told me. My cat told me they didn't want to be meat eaters anymore.
Yeah, it's crazy, like to think that it's adults that are doing things like this. It's like when people do the same thing with their newborn babies. They like put their baby on a vegan diet, and then some of them have been convicted of child abuse because their child is malnutritioned. Because babies need like certain nutrients, and a lot of these nutrients come from animals. So it's just.
Yeah, these parents aren't right, dude. They're like, something's wrong with these people.
My cat is the same one that like put his food in the shape of the golden ratio.
What the hell?
Sorry, I was tying it all together.
Well, and that's the thing too, Zoe. Like most kids are dumb, not because they had a chance to be smart and they just didn't. It's because they just don't have experience. Because you can't really become smart until you have experience. It's like getting a college degree, right? Or like the dietitian that I saw, right? Genius. She knows everything, but doesn't have any practical experience with it because she's a fat piece of shit. Like, if you have all this knowledge, why don't you use it a little bit? And kids just don't have that opportunity to use that as experience. So parents or adults are like forcing them into shit like that. It should be child abuse, honestly. It really should, because it's just not fair. Because kids are not like, if they're smart enough to do that, right? They're smart enough to decide if they want to be a fucking spaceship. How come they can't drink? How come they can't smoke? How come they can't fucking shoot heroin? Can I have one heroin, please? Like, why not? You're a genius. I mean, you can do it. You can fucking, you can be whatever you want. So fucking, why don't you just, yeah, or vote? Yeah, because they're not allowed to vote. And voting's like the first thing we take away from people. They're like, oh, you're convicted of a felony? Sorry, but we don't care about your opinion ever again. You can't vote. Like, it's just like, I mean, it's a simple argument that gets blown out of proportion because people just yell at the top of their lungs and be like, you will listen to me. For me, I'm like, shh, say it again, bitch. Like if someone's doing that shit to me, it's not gonna end well, because I'm not gonna stand by it. And like they're even trying to pass a law out here about putting this kind of stuff in the schools, and like that shit, it's just unacceptable. It's unacceptable to confuse a kid who already, I mean, they're already confused every single day. They don't know what the fuck's going on. Like, you're a kid, you go to school, one of your friends got fucking Jordans on, the other friend is wearing strap-ups from Kmart because he doesn't have any money. Like, and you're like, well, and then all your friends are like, fucking, oh, this guy's fucking poor, blah, 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 And so what do you do as a kid? Well, you just do what's cool. Because you don't know any better, because you're not fucking smart, because kids are stupid. And then what happens is these stupid kids, because they never learn anything, grow up to be adults, and then we're at where we're at now. Full of a society of dumbasses. It's starting to just get on my fucking last nerve, to be honest. Like, I'm just had enough of it. That's why I need to be the president of the United States. I've already decided, like. But just like an impossible task, because I'd have to be a fucking billionaire. Then I'd spend all of my money.
And then I think there's like a law that they're trying to pass, or it passed. I think it's in Washington, where, like if there's a student, they're like underage or whatever, like elementary school, or whatever, and if they feel like they want to transition or whatever into another sex or whatever, like they can hide that from your parents. Like they don't have to tell your parents anything. Like if they're going through like.
It was supposed that you could vaccinate and not tell your parent.
Yeah.
Tell your parents.
Yeah, without the parents' consent. Yeah, that's to me that's insane. Yeah,
well, that's the reason why schools are. I mean, this has been the issue from the beginning, though, is that a lot of parents are advocating their responsibility as parents to the school system, and so the government has just been consistently taking away your right as a parent. Like homeschooling your child.
Yeah, me too, Zoe. That to me is like I'll fucking end people like that for real. Like separate them from the world because like
There was a guy
it's just
that said this.
What did he say?
well, it's like a big agenda that's getting pushed.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about that.
It's crazy.
What is that all about? What is that about? Children should have sex partners, freaking morons.
Oh, yeah. And then I saw this video of this teacher talking about I guess like someone had talked about one of the kids had mentioned like a pedophile or something like that, and then the teacher said, "Oh no, we don't call them that. We call them minor attracted people or whatever." And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's no good. That's I hate how they give names to everything. Like they call homeless people like displaced or something. Like
short people are called vertically challenged.
Yeah, like it's just not. It's just so. Like, yeah, I mean, like, how can they be pushing that and it's against the law at the same time? Makes no sense. And then, like I said, like anything that affects kids, that's what really gets me going. Like I don't really care about any of the other stuff that affects adults because most adults they have the opportunity to make the decision themselves. So if they make a stupid decision, then well, too bad, right? That's their own fault. Yeah. They're fucking stupid.
It's just like leave the kids alone.
Yeah, let them. If you're so busy trying to conform these kids into a little box, who do you think's gonna make the new inventions and continue to push, science forward? It's not gonna happen if you're trapping people in this little box of craziness. It's just not, right? You can't be creative if you're trapped in a box, and if they keep doing this, they're really just screwing over the entire world.
Box of craziness is just getting bigger. More
like that thing that's always talking about. Like for me, that's just like a.
Oh yeah.
We used to call it like a like how you treat an enemy combatant with a 9mm injection. Sure. Fucking. Goodbye.
There's no way that works. I don't understand people like that.
And it's crazy to think that it's actually getting pushed up. Like there's enough support for it. It should have been shut down the first thought of it. It shouldn't be like a doctor, backing that. Like he's obviously fucked up. And they need to just remember these 7 insane asylums? Bring them back. People are crazy. Like some people are just fucking crazy. Throw them in. Like, sorry, bro, you're crazy.
They're mentally challenged facilities.
Yeah. They're closed. State asylums are gone. They don't have crazy bins anymore or insane asylums. They're gone.
Well, because they were abusing. I mean, they were bad. Generally speaking, they were bad.
We'll fix that problem.
Bad for who? Like.
Well, but I mean, that's the thing is where do you draw the line? I mean, there were people that basically, if you didn't conform,
not abusing patients,
they would put people in there.
Well, there's a huge thing. There's a huge study going around right now that a lot of the people that have gender dysphoria are autistic.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Undiagnosed autistic or even diagnosed autistic, and this is how I don't know if you've ever had an autistic family member. They latch onto one thing and they go full on with it. And so that's kind of what's happening. Like, I mean, my little cousin Randy, he's autistic and his thing was video games. And like, he could just pick up a video game and just whoop your fucking ass at it. Like I used to be good at NBA Jam, And he first time, or NBA Street, I mean, not NBA Jam, NBA Street, which is basically the same game, just better graphics and on PlayStation. And he played it for one day and then started just whooping my ass at it. And it wasn't an easy game. I mean, he played it against a computer back in the day, right before all the games are on the internet. But like, that was his thing. And so like to think like, if you've got that amount of focus and you put that amount of effort into something, it's not really outlandish to think that. And then but then that's abuse, because you've got a group of people whose brain is fully developed as like a 16-year-old, and you're like abusing them, like pushing something on them. Like, it's not fair. Not fair for kids. And especially not young kids. Like, fuck, like, I mean, like, I understand, like, okay, if you're 16, and you start fucking up, but like, like they're charging like a second grader, a kid that's in the second grade, so he's 10 years old, maybe 9 years old, with first degree murder because he brought a gun to school and killed a kid. Like, where did he learn that? Because that's a learned thing. Like, that's not just like, oh yeah, here's a gun, I'm gonna shoot a person with it. Like, he didn't, that's not, you're not born with that.
Right.
Just like, I mean, really just like racism. Like, racism is a learned behavior. That's why I think adults that are racist, they're fucking idiots, because they can choose not to be, because they're adults now. So there's no one pushing this on them anymore. So if they're an adult and they're racist, like, they're just an idiot. Like, it's just the dumbest thing ever. And then you have like the opposite side of an argument like that, like, which makes sense as well. Like, people get mad when people breed outside of their race, right? Especially like in Hispanic cultures, like, they want you to stay with another Hispanic. And like, people like, that's racist. Like, how is that racist? You know what I mean? Like, that's not really racist. It's just like, keeping the culture. But if you do that and you're white, oof,
Then,
that's
yeah, no,
racist.
I think like right. I think it's because I used to work with like an old lady who was white, and she wanted, like, she didn't believe in like her daughter marrying someone that's like a different like race or whatever. And it's not because she's racist, because that lady wasn't. It's just that she wanted to have kids that looked like her, like her family or whatever. And I get that, like, I think, if that's what you want, that's what you want. But I get it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's when you think about it, you're like, that's kind of fucked up. Like, you should just be happy that your daughter is
Right.
just meeting someone that she loves or whatever. But like, but if that's what she wants, like why can't we just respect her opinion? We can disagree with it, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, exactly. Because
like,
like
why
this
does it have
lady,
to be
she's
a big deal?
right, like she's white, and then so people automatically think she's like racist because she's saying that. But it's like, nah, dude, I worked with this lady like for a long time. She's like the nicest lady ever. But but I get her argument. Like, she says like she wants her kids to look like her, and so she can relate. I don't know, relate to them more. I don't know what.
I mean, think about fucking Blood In, Blood Out. How much shit Miklo got. He was Mexican as fuck, but his skin was white, so got all that negativity.
Damn, I haven't seen that movie in years. Is that the guy that called Miklo? Is that him?
Yeah,
Or is that
Miklo.
someone else?
Yeah, that's Miklo. Yeah. Vatos Locos Forever. The movie's fucking awesome.
Damn.
I've seen it like 100 times at least.
Yeah, I used to watch it like in the '90s with my older brother.
And that's, it's just like, everything is such a big deal now, when really it's just not a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, who gives a fuck? People have dumb opinions all the time.
Yeah, it's just like now we've given a platform to these people, like, or like the internet.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the internet kind of ruined lots of things.
And you've got starving kids all over the world, you know. But like, let's worry about this fucking this these rights right here. Oh, fuck those starving kids, or fuck the whole lot of people that live in Detroit that don't have water, like legit water. Like, I remember as a kid drinking out of a hose. Like, if a hose was in a front yard, fucking that water is free game. You know what I mean? But like in Detroit, you can't do that. You'll get sick. Why is that happening inside of a country that's supposed to be the greatest in the world? Why do we have starving kids like going to sleep every night? Like, there's got to be better ways, and you know, like, we're putting money towards some of these things, like pushing these agendas in schools when, like, there's kids that go home from these schools that they're getting these agendas pushed on them, and they're starving, right? They're eating fucking cheese and yellow cheese, according to Roach, and that's it. Milk.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why I just fucking hate, like, people
It's
just
because we're
only think
privileged.
about.
So like
Yeah,
when you're like privileged like that, you just like there's gonna be something that you're always gonna like want to complain about, or you know, or try to like
that's why, like, the white privilege thing, like, it, it's it's it really is just American privilege. Like, it could be like some white people might have an advantage, but it's really just, you're in America. In certain parts of America, you don't realize how good you have it.
yeah.
I mean, like, think about like some of these other countries, like, they're war torn for years, for years. Like, we don't have that. You never hear alarms ringing. You got to run to the bunkers to make sure a fucking mortar doesn't land on you. You know, because fucking Texas is pissed off at California and they're shooting over some fucking rockets. That shit doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's like I was having a conversation with a family member over the weekend because we were talking about like he collects like coins and stuff like that. Well, anyways, it's like I was telling him, I was like, dude, like it's crazy how we live in the country that we're so like privileged to just to like be able to like to say, oh yeah, I collect this, I collect that. Where like other countries, like they don't do shit like that because they're worried about fucking war and getting bombed and shit like that. Like they don't worry about anything like that. Like all like this whole gender ideology shit. Like they're worried about freaking not dying. You know?
Right. Survive. Yeah, survival. Yeah.
Yeah.
There,
So it's just
there'd be, you know, you have all these coins and you're like, these ones aren't worth shit because they're not from this year. And so you go to take them to this other country, these motherfuckers, they'll kill you for those coins.
yeah,
In
yeah,
their country, they're worth tons.
yeah.
You will. I sold 3 vehicles in
Yeah,
St. Paul.
I think in America there's like a big like push against manly men. They don't want you to be manly anymore. They
Oh,
want
3
you to
cars and what else?
Yeah,
be a
but
little
they don't want
bitch.
you to be manly. Like so, like right. So it's like masculine men, like toxic
Yeah.
masculinity or whatever. Like, but then you have these women who are also like masculine and they're pushing that. So it's like so do you like masculine or do you not like masculinity? It's like I don't know.
Well, it's like who's gonna. I mean, like, it's a team effort. I'm not saying like males are better than females, but like it's a team effort, right? Because like a lot of the men, when they went away for World War II in that time, that's when the women really joined the workforce, because that a lot of the factories and stuff, there was no men left. They all went to fight, so all the women stepped up and took that action. And so, like, you know, it's really a team effort, but like without being like, if you, I mean, I can just imagine today, like, so many people, and maybe, you know, I wasn't recruiting during a world war, so it was a little bit different, but like back then, most of the people, like, the draft came out, but they didn't care. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna go sign up. Bye. But nowadays, you'd have motherfuckers, you know, jumping off the second story, breaking their femur on purpose to be like, I can't go, fucking broke my femur, damn it. Like,
right, yeah, and then like that's where like this whole like voting, like you know back in the days men went to war and they died and stuff like that, so that's why they had a lot of the voting rights, right? And women didn't really vote, or like they couldn't vote back in the days for that reason because women weren't drafted into war.
And women still aren't drafted. Like women don't sign. Like when you turn 18 in the United States, you have to sign up for the draft.
Right.
Okay. But in the United States, women don't have to do that. Only men.
Yeah.
Which is like, it's I don't really see the issue with it, but like, don't complain about it because that's who do you want to fight? I mean, like they're just like it's like everyone wants us to be equal, but we're just different, and not that we're not equal, just different. And you could even look it up, like back in the day, like I don't know how many years ago this was. Serena Williams, who's the best female tennis player in the history of tennis, right? We can all agree on that. And her sister, Venus, another all time female tennis player, played against male tennis players. I think the guy was number 20. He was like number 20, and one was like number 30 in the world. So
He was more than that. He was like 50 or 60.
So, but he was still pretty high. Like I mean, top
he was,
top 100 in the world was still pretty high. But he fucking smoked her. Right, smoked her, and then she even went on an interview and said that she never wants to do that again. And like, so there's differences. Like we're different, but it's good.
It was 1998. They claimed they could be any male ranked outside the world's top 200. So Brash, who was ranked 203rd, challenged them both.
And he whooped them.
And he beat them both back to back. He beat them both
back
to back.
And not even like it wasn't even close. It was like 6-2. It was a smoking. And so like that's the thing is like they're trying to do this thing. I mean, look at that fucking swimmer. That swimmer guy. He's like, yeah, I'm a woman.
Women who became a woman.
And then he just like first place, world record, first place, world record, first place. Like, and me having a daughter, that's not fair for her. Like, can you imagine like there's a comedian, he talks about it, like, imagine it is Dave Chappelle. Like, imagine if fucking LeBron put a wig on, he scored fucking 200 points a game. Like he's no one stopping LeBron. He's a freak of nature. And I'm not saying like, like Ronda Rousey, I'm sure beat the shit out of like most dudes, right? But if she had to fight another MMA fighter who's a dude, like let's say Conor McGregor, because they're fighting like relatively similar weight, I don't think it's gonna go great. Or even fucking what's their face, Amanda Nunes, who's a goddamn animal. Like she'd probably definitely beat the shit out of most dudes. But like if she had to fight a dude that weighed 145, like Jose Aldo, I mean, I'd put my money on Aldo. It's just not fair. And that's the thing is like everyone's like, oh, we're the same, and it's like we're not the same. We're different, but that's okay.
Separate but equal.
Everyone only, and it's the same thing that happens in racism is like what's his face, Morgan Freeman was saying, like the only reason that racism continues is because you guys keep talking about it.
Yep, I love his comments on it.
Oh, yeah, I saw that interview too. Yeah, he says like just stop talking about it, right?
He's like, well, how do you fix it? He's like, stop freaking talking about it. Because you think stopping talking about it will fix it? He goes, yes. The reason why it exists is because you keep talking about it. You won't shut up. You just don't let it go. You make it all about race. It's all about them or us versus them. You're creating your own reality.
And what's crazy is like people just assimilate racism with like white versus everybody else. But like when I was in Yuba City, there's a little racism there between Indians and Hispanics. And like it's pretty relevant. I mean, not pretty relevant, but like pretty what would it be like
significant?
Like it's just easy to see. Like it's not hidden. You know what I mean? because there's a lot of like pussy ass racist people out there that like, they like act racist in front of their friends, and then they're not, they see someone of a different race and they just like don't say anything, because like, oh, nice little liquidation here. Like I could respect. I wouldn't agree with it, but I could respect someone who was like sticks to their guns. Like if they want to be racist and they're racist all the time, well, good for them. Like I think they're a fucking idiot, but at least they're true to who they are. But like a lot of people, they're like, just you know, they're racist again when no one's around, which is just like the most pussy shit in the whole world. But in Yuba City, like these Indians, they fucking hated Mexicans. Like, and it was like, and they weren't shy about it. That's the word I was looking for. Like they're not shy about it. Nice. There's 25. Where do we have these other stops at? Down here, 1175. I mean, we've only got 9 minutes. Yeah, I saw that, Roach. Yeah, I'm all for men competing in women's sports if we can bet on it. Yeah. And really, really, Zoe, it's like a reverse attack. It's like a twisted attack on women if you think about it.
Yeah, like Sports Illustrated just like their latest issue has a dude, you know, I mean, well, she's like a transgender or whatever, and it's like, come on, dude. It's like
That's how I don't understand. I don't how women are supporting things like that. Like
right.
you just want to, like you won't win anything. No offense. Like I'm not saying men are better, but it's just a fact. Like that women's soccer team, Australia women's soccer team, or maybe it was New Zealand, was like ranked 5th in the world and got beat by like a 14U club, like boys club team, youth club team, like and like shellacked too, like 8-0. It's it's just fucking insane. Yeah, exactly. And like that's why I don't understand why women can support it, because like one of the greatest miracles of life is being able to reproduce a human, right? Like that's something that I'll never be able to do as a man. Can't grow another human. You know what I mean? Like it's just not. It's just it's a miracle, right? It's a miracle, and so like they're like trying to take that away from women, and to me that's just unacceptable.
There was a Matt, I think it was Matt Walsh. He was being interviewed, or not interviewed, but he was being questioned. And somebody goes, "Well, I don't think that race matters." Blah blah blah. And he goes, "Okay." He said, "What do you do for a living?" And he said, I'm a EMS." And he goes, "Okay. So if somebody came to you and said, 'Hey, I think I'm having a miscarriage,' what are you going to do? Are you going to check them to see if they're having a miscarriage?" And they go, "Well, no." And he goes, "Why?" And they go, "Because," and he said, "You're saying that if you can think you're a woman, then you're a woman. But no sane doctor is going to check you, do a an exam, you check your uterus for a guy. It's just not going to
And
happen."
unless they're making money, that's the only reason. Yeah.
And he said, so why are we having this conversation? What is it you're telling me that you want to be a woman? But if you went into, I mean, would you have a miscarriage? Is that something that you could ever go and see a doctor for? Well, no. Well, then why are we having this conversation?
Well, there
Woman
was
is
a
defined as somebody who can reproduce.
there was a thing like this doctor like refused to accept this patient's identification as a opposite gender, and the patient came in, and this male patient who identified as a female came in, got a CAT scan, and got diagnosed with testicular cancer. You know, it's not. I mean, it's not. That's sad, right? Cancer's bad, but like.
Are you kidding me?
No, it's a fact. Yeah.
Wow.
And so the insurance is gonna pay for it?
Yeah, exactly. Probably not. And that's where like, and like who knows that it stems that deep. Insurance is like, well, I'm not covering that.
It's freaking bogus. How is this even real? Explain to me how this is real.
Yeah, Roach, you're right. Like Archie Bunker. Yeah, I mean, like like people have been pushing this for fucking ever. Like, and they've been talking about it forever. Like, it's just now because of the internet, it's a lot easier to get attention. Like that's a big study in like the autistic community. Like a lot of autistic people, they want attention. Like no offense to my little cousin Randy, but like a lot of family members have had to cut him off because he's just, blows them up, like sending them collages, like texting them constantly, like,
Is he
kind
an
of.
outgoing girl?
No, he's just autistic. But like he wants attention.
Oh, I see.
And so like that's a way to get it. And that's why there's like a lot of like studies coming out like saying that a lot of these people that are having gender dysphoria are autistic because it's an easy way to get attention. And I don't blame any of the kids. Like I said, like I blame only the adults because that's whose fucking problem it is because they're fucking worthless. So watch this 4130. If the market fails to get back above that 4130, we're kind of having a repeat of what happened yesterday, except for the opposite side finish now. So they're able to kind of take them all the way up, get the supply, liquidate them here. And the reason I'm saying, oh fuck, my headphones, like battery level low. I mean, the 4130 is where that big seller came in earlier today. But it's kind of, I mean, like it all goes back to like certain things too. Like, if I'm an employer, right, and I own the business, and you come in and you want a job, and you have a tattoo on your face, I mean, you might not work for me. Sorry, because I think that's a poor life decision.
Right. Yeah. Because
And
like it's your business. It's up to you, right? That's like your right to
exactly
employ who you want to employ. Like even though it's legal, right? Like there's not. I'm sure it's legal, right? And it's just as an owner, it's your, you know, that's how you want things to, you want certain people to look a certain way. You know, that's, you know, that's perfectly fine.
exactly, and that's what people are fighting against. They're like, well, there shouldn't be any of that. You should just hire somebody based off of, whatever. And it's like, well, if I own the business, it's my business. I should get to do whatever I want with it, as long as it's legal.
Right.
But then there's also people that abuse that on the opposite side too, and that's why these laws have to be made. So like it makes sense on both sides, but it's just like, ooh, Nasdaq's liquidating hard here. We get below the low. So now we're into the liquidity from the T2 here. Remember, this is where those Brad prints were at. We pop this open here. This is the last bit of them down here. So we assume that we've got stuck inventory down here to this 16, 11 or so. I'm like hiring a flat chicken to work at Hooters.
One of the bots is will be PDCC put tomorrow. So FYI, one of the NVIDIA bots. Not that it'll matter, but I'm just saying. Now I'm really wishing I had taken that short with you at 38.50 or whatever it was you got in it.
39. Well, it's actually 38.75, but there's the close.
That thing fucking liquidated times 10. Crazy. All right, so where do you think Globex is gonna get to?
So right
back up
this is right into liquidity, like trapped liquidity. So we know there's trapped liquidity down here, right? We don't have good excess. It's a poor low. So we assume that lower prices were shutting off supply. That was happening today. We finally get a liquidation. Buyers realize that they can't, right? Higher prices start shutting off buying. All of these mechanical levels, nobody buying through them, right? A mechanical level here, mechanical level here. Even here, this is a mechanical level. You could even call this a level mechanical right off of this
volume area,
right off of the point of control, the volume point of control, right? And the kind of key, right, that it didn't make the settle. But so as the market continues, right, we'll look for the market to trade down here into this. I would say here, let's do this here. Let's erase those screws. We'll look to see if the market trades down into this area here. So 1775, call it 18, down to 15 is an area where we kind of assume that buyers stepped up. That's where that last mechanical level was at. And so if it trades down into there during the Globex session, we should see a V bounce, right? Because you would assume that all of these shorts that are trapped from T2, because typically T2 is when margin calls are going to happen. So if you've been stuck short from here, because this day, we got this, bigger size move down, a 50-point range comparatively to the last 2 days, these people are stuck. As the market gets down here, you should see them just start buying their positions back, because we can assume that they probably reshorted this day here and probably reshorted here. So they're getting back to break even and they're like, oh, thank God. And they start covering these positions. If we don't see that V move out of this area and we see the market hold here, we can assume, especially if some volume starts building, we start getting volume below the 20, we can kind of assume that we're going to move down, and the move down is, into this 11. You've got the, 1175, 12, whatever this was. And if we look on the daily chart, 11, what's this low here? Or no, right here. What's this low? 1175, 12 quarter, and 1150. We've got all three of these lows basically equal. And that's kind of what you would assume, right? So if it doesn't get through this, and this is where that gap is at, and that's why I'm thinking, like, because here's the real gap right here. And that's why I'm thinking, like, if they can't fill this gap, and it would make sense, right? Because it's a tough area, obviously. No one's been selling. So what would make sense is for them to push through overnight and open the market lower. That's the only way they're going to get downside and try to get into this gap down here. And so if we don't open up on a gap down tomorrow, then we can kind of assume that we're probably going back to the top of balance. So I'm going to assume. And if we open up on a gap down tomorrow, then I'm going to assume liquidation down into this gap right here, or at least down into this low here, which is 62 quarter. And then this low here was 61 quarter. So pretty much the same. 1 point difference. Volume for these 4 days still inside this day here for the most part with that low 12 quarter, 1175, right? 2 ticks, like nothing basically. And so that's kind of how we'll set up our plan for tomorrow, right? And I won't be on tomorrow. I'm going on a field trip, so I won't be here. I'll turn the computer on and everything before I go, but we can basically assume if the market's able to get a gap down tomorrow, then we should see continued downside with liquidation. And if not, and we can't gap down, we open up back inside this balance, and back inside this balance is really just above this 1175, then we'll probably come back up to the top of balance, which is like 56 for now. That's what I'm going to kind of assume. You have a field trip tomorrow too? And we're going to Keystone College. Maya. Oh, not till 12. There's some cool field trip. I just volunteered.
Oh, got it.
I want to see all these other fucking shitbag kids. Like, what's this one's name? Like, yeah, this one. This is the fucking one that's always getting in trouble. She's a fucking. Stay away from. Hey, look at that. Nvidia came all the way back to 292.
Yep. Yep. It freaking dropped like a fucking rock. Yep. It went all the way up.
Interesting.
It actually went up past where I got out. And then it just freaking tanked.
And everything's kind of finishing on its ass. Netflix, the Nasdaq didn't pull back nearly as much, but like, let me pop these other profiles open. Sure. Like if you look at the Nasdaq here, why is it not pulling? There we go. You see the Nasdaq profile, right? Kind of finishing at the Globex high for the most part. And then this one. And you look at the Dow is finishing much lower, right? This is the Dow here. Dow's been weaker relatively anyways. I guess I don't have that many Dow, but you can see like, here's like a little 3-day balance. We were trading below it and kind of finished below that 3-day balance. So definitely a different picture here comparative to the Nasdaq. So you're
consolidating.
Right. And you're seeing a little bit of divergence here. But we look at the inside, the making. So here's the NASDAQ 100, the inside makings of this. You're seeing Google, Microsoft, Apple finished flat today. Meta finished flat, Tesla finished flat. But like basically all of these little baby stocks comparatively are getting beat up and everyone's just jumping into tech. Right? AMD finished up 5%. Nvidia gave it a lot up at the end, but still finished green. You look at the Dow, and you can see what's holding it down. Home Depot had earnings today, and they got beat up pretty bad. Nike, a lot of these value, right? The Dow is a lot of value for the most part, right? You get Apple and Microsoft, like Johnson & Johnson, Home Depot, McDonald's, Nike, Amgen, UNH, JP Morgan, Procter Gamble, Honeywell, Chevron, Disney, Verizon, Goldman Sachs, Intel, Cisco, IBM, right? Getting basically just hammered. And so the Dow's trying to like hold on to its life. The only thing that's really holding it up is Microsoft.
Whoa,
today for the most part. Yeah, Home Depot got massacred today.
No. Like, so there's a gap in my chart from 945 to 946 where it literally jumps like $3. There's a $2 jump in my chart. I'm looking online.
What time was it from?
940. Maybe there was just no data there. I mean, it's the candles are all correct. So it says 944, 945. So 945 to 946 Like it literally jumps. The underlying went from 281 to 284.
945 to 946.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch this to a 1 minute. It could be that just my chart's shit.
Yeah,
Possible.
might be. But yeah, it was an outsized move for Home Depot today. Got all the way down to 277. And people sold calls, rolled calls up.
Interesting.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what we'll kind of expect tomorrow. Like I said, I won't be on tomorrow. I'll put the Discord on so everyone will be able to see the screen at least, and then I'll try to adjust it as I can, as good as I can from my phone. But yeah, other than that, you guys have a wonderful day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And I'll chat with you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, they gapped up. It hit